there is conflict between me and my husband, there's conflict between me and my brother, or because with somebody, doesn't mean we should not agree. Somebody said we should forget our differences. Do we forget our differences? No, we must understand our differences.
But that one singular action of them accepting the outcome first and seeking redress in the court has kept some sort of peace that we have now in the country.
Rashin jituwa wani abu ne da bayan da za a kawar da shi a cikin al'umma, amma in dai an san yadda za a sasanta rashin jituwar, zaman lafiya zai tabbata a cikin al'umma.
If you truly want to build peace in a community, there must be a deliberate effort.
And this is part of our engagement with you, to say that we need to build your capacity on how to best manage conflict. What are the techniques? What are the tools? How do you understand a conflict?
So everything starts from home. If you nurture your child, like you said, from the beginning, you will never entertain any violence.
This training has come just in the right time when we have so many issues that needs intervention. We hope to step down this training.
That there can be peace in your marriage, that there can be peace in our community, that there can be peace in our nation. But we must be willing to work at it. So leave here determined to roll your sleeves and do your own part. If we all do our own part, if we are more dogged than those who create these problems, then certainly we'll be able to overcome.
conflict between me and my husband, there's conflict between me and my brother, or with somebody, doesn't mean we should not.
and this is part of our engagement with you, to say that we need to build your capacity on how to.
The Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, Speaker of the House of Representatives, here represented by the Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, President General Ohaneze Ndigbo, Chief Engineer Emmanuel Iwayan, my Lord Bishop Matthew Hassan Kukah, founder of the Kukah Centre, the head of Conflict, Stability and Security Fund Nigeria, and the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, esteemed panelists, board members of the Kukah Centre, representatives of civil society organizations, representatives of independent state-based peace architectures, representatives of socio-cultural groups and religious institutions, as well as political parties, eminent personalities, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Please let's rise for the national anthem. Please be seated. Once again, the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, here represented by the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, and other eminent personalities here present. It's our pleasure on behalf of the Kukah Centre to welcome you to the National Integration Conference with the theme, Revisiting the National Question, Nigeria's Elusive Search for National Integration. Now, the organizers have planned this to be a 2-hour event, and we do hope that we can manage our time, today of course being a Friday, and we'll have to be, we have to ensure that those who will be going for service at about 1 o'clock are able to have the opportunity of doing so. But this is a very significant subject matter. And the importance, of course, is highlighted by the fact that national integration remains a pertinent issue on our national agenda. This is notwithstanding the provisions we have in our Constitution, the many talk programs that we have had, and many interventions that we have also seen in different parts of the country. But the tensions and crises that continue to fester in our country would make this a necessity. And there is perhaps no other better qualified person To take us through this, now the founder of the Kukah Centre, my Lord Bishop Matthew Hassan Kukah. Let me give a bit of a background. Bishop Kukah, for a long time, for those of us who were close to him, knew him as Father Kukah. So even after he became the bishop of the Sokoto Diocese, we retained the father appellation, calling him Father Kukah, but I'm sure we have all now migrated to recognize his official designation as the Lord Bishop of Sokoto Diocese. So, Father Kukah, pardon me, Bishop Kukah has come a long way. And this is a subject matter that he's not just getting into. I recall that in 1996, for several weeks running, there was a debate on the pages of the Guardian on Sunday newspaper. And the title for that debate was just simply the Kukah debate. And it started with, if you may, an exchange between then Father Kukah and Femi Fani Kayode, and it went on for a very long time until after a while we decided to say, okay, we have touched on all the relevant issues. That was under the military. At the time, I happened also to be the editor of The Guardian on Sunday, and I was the moderator of that very interesting conversation. So Bishop Kukah has continued with his interest and attention to issues of peace building, conflict management, and of course, national integration. We are also very familiar with his work at the National Peace Committee and what they do with respect to our often troubled elections. So he's here today, and other dignitaries are also here. You pardon us, we're still trying to get the full list, or at least an appreciable list of many of the dignitaries who are in our midst this morning, and we'll recognize them as the program rolls on. For now, it's my pleasure to invite, to formally welcome us to this event, the founder of the Kukah Centre, my Lord Bishop Matthew Hassan Kukah, the Bishop of Sokoto Diocese. Please let's welcome him to the podium.
I'm not sure whether it would be right to assume that Father Kukah is, because I saw this man who is doing the translation. When they mentioned my name, he made like this. I don't know whether this is Father Kukah in sign language. If it were, it would be good for me because it means I could be taller than I am now. My brother, don't be worried about this Father Kukah business. Let me tell you something that happened. One day we went to the villa with Cardinal Onaikan, a delegation of the bishops of the Catholic Church. We went to see President Jonathan, and I think there were about 10 of us. So we all sat around the table, and then President Jonathan now came in. So after the introductions, President Jonathan said, well, before he started speaking, he said, look, I'd like to apologize ahead of time because in the course of this our interaction, you may find me referring to everybody as His Lordship, but when it comes to Bishop Kukah, I'm likely to have a slip of tongue and I will end up calling him Father Kukah. So please, I want to apologize in advance. And we had a wonderful conversation. And President Jonathan didn't actually call me Father Kukah. He was very self-conscious. But at the end of the meeting, we now call on Cardinal Onaikan to say the closing prayers. The meeting had ended. And Cardinal Onaikan now said, well, Your Excellency, Mr. President, we want to thank Father Kukah. And President Jonathan, from where he was standing, said, look at me, I'm even an Anglican wasting my time. Even the Cardinal of the Catholic Church doesn't recognize that he's Bishop Kukah. Your Excellency, the Speaker, represented by the Deputy Speaker, whom I'm meeting for the first time, although He has just shown me my number on his phone, which turns out to be fake, which means that I'm lucky because a lot of people have been, I'm sure somebody hacked into his phone as Bishop Kukah. But thank you very much for coming and coming dead on time. The British High Commissioner, I spoke with him last week and I said to him, Your Excellency. And he said to me, stop calling me Your Excellency. Rather that you call me Mr. Montgomery. But you know, if you live in Nigeria, there are certain things that you learn, which is when you see a man, just call him sir. He's not likely to say, don't call me sir. Or call him chief. If he's not chief, he won't say, I'm not chief. But he'll be very offended if he's chief and you call him mister. So let me, as we say, stand on existing protocols. I'd like to, Chiviwanyangu, a long-tested, you know, the presence of people like you gives us a lot of inspiration. You've crossed many generations. You remain one of the titans, ably standing across the Niger. We want to commend you for the great work you've done and continue to do. We believe that you will see peace in your lifetime or in our lifetime. My dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as a priest, I never forget an experience I had. We had a very close family friend, and I really loved him and his wife. They were very, very close, but another friend who introduced me to them, he was really their main friend. I just got into the relationship because of my association with him. So every time we went to, they were always having a fight. So every time I went to Jos, the first thing I would do is I would say, look, let's go and greet this couple. And we'll just get into our car, and it will be difficult to go there and find that there wasn't a fight we were supposed to settle. On this particular day, I came from Kaduna, and I said, look, let's go and visit our friends. He said, no, I'm not going. If you want to go, you can go. I said, okay, is everything okay? He said, no, it's not because everything is okay. I'm tired. We're always going to settle fight, and yet the wife is always giving birth. So if you want to go and greet them, go. So fighting doesn't stop giving birth. I use that as a point of entry to make the point that, look, Nigerians are always fighting, but it shouldn't stop us from giving birth to a new and a great nation. There is a saying in Hausa, and it says, I roughly translate it, if you see your brother's beard on fire, put water on your own immediately. I think that events around us should suggest that Nigeria should be under absolutely no illusion that nation building is an easy task. Europe and America had come to take so much for granted that 200 years of experimenting with democracy, their processes had been consolidated, but nobody saw Ukraine coming. And now the situation is still unraveling, suggesting very clearly that democracy is literally on retreat in Europe and elsewhere. This morning, I was listening to BBC, and they're talking about the conditions in Lebanon. In Lebanon today, there are about 1.8 million refugees who are living in Lebanon. About 400,000 or 600,000 Syrians who are in Lebanon. Lebanon is not a big country. But what the man who was talking about this issue said that caught my attention, he said that the tragedy that these people face is that they cannot go back to Israel. They can't go back to Palestine. They are Palestinians. They can't go back to Palestine. They can't go back to Syria. And worse still, Lebanon is not about to make them citizens. I think that many of us in Nigeria take so much for granted that we never forget that one day, if we continue to toy with the sense of building our nation, we could end up as refugees. Nobody wants that. When we took this theme, it was deliberate, and I'd like to apologize to FCDO, because this conference had to happen today in order for us to meet a deadline. But my long-term plan, because we could have actually had a meeting in which the president would be physically present. He's already signed on to that. So I hope that we'll still continue this conversation. So this is just a prelude to a bigger conversation, to call attention to the urgency of nation building. Now, we can see with the devastation of our country, Boko Haram, ISWAP, now bandits, now all kinds of people. You know, when you look at these bandits on television, you ask yourself, a country like Nigeria with medical doctors, lawyers, some of the best brains in the world, these are the kind of characters holding our country to ransom. Somebody has left the window open. Somebody has left the door open. It is therefore time for us to wake up. Now, it is also quite interesting because 2 days ago in what do you call this paper? This day, the back page had an article written by the National Security Advisor. It doesn't introduce any new data. It didn't tell us what we didn't know about the devastation and how northern Nigeria has become the scene of crime. But we must also not pretend, because Boko Haram didn't take us by surprise. The bandits shouldn't take us by surprise. The kidnappers have not taken us by surprise. One of the missing links in this conversation is why the Nigerian state refuses to hold the feet of those who started in 1999, when the doors of democracy opened and people suggested that they could create an imaginary Islamic state, which they used to mobilize their people to politics. And right up to the Buhari elections. And I make this point because we can see increasingly, it shouldn't be a mistake to us, those of us who come from northern Nigeria, that all the things that are happening in Nigeria, and this is what the National Security Advisor's paper says, please go back and look at it. We cannot go on like this. That people were hoodwinked, politicians used our people in their innocence. In 1999, 2000, the whole of northern Nigeria, everybody said everybody declared Sharia. Now those who declared Sharia and brought us to where we are now, they are not living in Saudi Arabia where it's a theocracy. They are not living in Iran, which is a theocracy. They are living in Dubai. They are living their own Sharia in Dubai. They are living comfortably in Asokoro and other places, and they've left northern Nigeria to go on fire. They are culpable. So building our nation is not about apportioning blames. It's about the urgency of national integration. National integration doesn't necessarily mean everybody must walk the same, talk the same, pray the same. No. It is about the need for the government and for us in Nigeria to understand the intricacies of managing diversity. The Americans have dealt with this problem. Every country has dealt with this problem. How do you manage diversity? We accept it is a gift of God, but how do you manage it? The challenge for us in Nigeria and many parts of Africa is the extent to which our identities have become instruments and weapons of war. We hear all this talk about Christians and Muslims, about Igbos and Yorubas, about Ijos, and you ask yourself, in the final analysis, we all accept that God didn't make a mistake by bringing us here. National cohesion is important because without it, it is impossible for us to grow. And this is why even the richest among us in Nigeria are embarrassed by our riches. Okay? Even the most glamorous about us are embarrassed about who we are. Because our unearned wealth, a situation in which we Nigerians are increasingly unsure about who they are, poses a threat to us. So the idea behind this conference is for us to think through. These are old questions that ought to have been settled. The British, first of all, identified the threats of not managing minorities well, and they set up in 1957 the Wheeling Commission. If you go and read that report, it is still as fresh. All the issues raised, the agitations in the Middle Belt, the agitations of the minorities in the South. When the politicians decided to connive and create a Midwest state, it was not out of any genuine feeling. It was just because, politically speaking, it was convenient to marginalize and cut down the base of Awolowo. The agitations in the Middle Belt were never attended to. And the Christian community in the Middle Belt said, look, what we are seeing is not the kind of future we want. Northern Nigeria said, oh, don't worry, we'll take care of it. We've not taken care of business up till today. If anything, this country is increasingly in recession. Now we are emotionally, we have our own flags. Emotionally, we have our own armies. Emotionally, we have our own economy, and so on and so forth. So the urgency of national cohesion is a call that we make and we continue to make. And we at the Kukah Centre decided. And I want to say I'm not innocent about this. There's a book here, which I mentioned yesterday. It's not a commercial announcement. But look, I have spoken in about 20 or more than 20 universities in Nigeria. And when I decided I would select 10 of my convocation lectures and put into a book, I shocked myself when I discovered that I had been preoccupied with the theme of national integration. So I decided, I titled the book Broken Truths, Nigeria's Elusive Quest for National Cohesion. The quest is elusive because something is missing. So I want to thank FCDO for partnering with us, but also to end by saying, look, we're just on the beginning of a pretty long journey. I am grateful to God. I have had a lot of experience in this country, not through my effort, but through the generosity of those in power. I served at the Reputa panel. I served 7 years trying to negotiate between Shell and the people of Ogoni. I was a member of the Electoral Reform Committee, among other things. So I bring to the table a bit of my own anxieties about the fact that national cohesion cannot wait. You know, in the late 90s and thereabout, the Americans, the British, Europe, everybody was debating how do we manage diversity. There was the notion of the salad plate. That, okay, look, maybe we should just be like a plate of salad, where the different vegetables are brought together. They don't lose what they are. Lettuce doesn't lose its lettuceness by becoming part of a salad plate. And all the other ingredients, the spices that you need to bring, you put everything together. So there's a sense in which you don't lose your identity. The sweetness of the salad lies in the fact that the person mixing it has been able to manage these differences very well. That has only taken the Americans up to a point. There's a debate against that, but that's not the issue. The issue is that diversity is like an orchestra. The quality impose the relevance of elitism, let me put it that way. Because we're partnering with universities, we're partnering with other organizations to make sure that in the final analysis, what we do finally gets to the table of policymakers. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. It's not by accident that we ask you to be here, because we want to partner with your office and hope that in the process of this conversation, lawmaking can serve to create a much better and a much more cohesive and integrated society. I thank you very much for your patience, and please welcome.
Once again, the Right Honorable Speaker, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please let's appreciate the founder of Kukah Centre, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kukah, the Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, for his welcome remarks. Never a dull moment with him. And of course, he's full of anecdotes and jokes that you can always take away. His salad analogy, very instructive. Salad, I hope I'll have some after this function so that I see how it tastes one more time. Although at this age we're advised to take less and less of mayonnaise, I imagine that's what the nutritionists have been saying. Now, how to manage our diversities is a critical question that we are examining at this conference. And more importantly, as Bishop Kukah has said, how do we move away from the use of our identities as instruments of war? Right Honorable Speaker, here represented by the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, we have a number of dignitaries that you permit me to very quickly recognize. Board members of the Kukah Centre. Let me recognize Her Excellency Dr. Eyantu Anna Ifene. Dr. Ifene is a member of the board of the Kukah Centre. She was Deputy Governor of Benue State years ago. And she said she's a bit shy. Please, let's appreciate her presence. Let's also welcome a member of the board of the Kukah Centre, Dr. John Marcus Ayuba. Dr. Marcus Ayuba. We also have Professor Kunle Ajayi. Professor Kunle Ajayi is a national commissioner at the Independent National Electoral Commission, and he's here representing the chairman of INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu. All right, Prof, you are welcome. We also have distinguished Senator Emmanuel Ibok Essien. Senator Essien is national chairman of PANDEF, that's the Niger Delta Forum. Senator Ibok Essien, you are welcome. Earlier, of course, I recognized Chief Dr. Engineer Emmanuel Iwanyanwu, President General Ohaneze Indigbo, and publisher of Champion newspapers. At the appropriate time, I will recognize and, of course, welcome to the podium the discussants later on in the course of the event. But right here with us is the representative of the British High Commission in Ghana, Henry Afrifa. Henry Afrifa, please let's welcome him to this event. There's also Lola Castle, the program manager of Nigeria Stability Program, Integrated Security Fund. Lola Castle. We will take a number of goodwill messages at this time. There are 3 persons who have been penciled down for the goodwill messages. I often have a challenge managing goodwill messages. When you restrict it to 2 minutes, sometimes it drags on to 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes. But I've been assured that none of the goodwill messages on this occasion will transmute into a keynote address. So the very first person I would like to welcome is Anup Vyas. Anup Vyas is head of Conflict, Stability and Security Fund, Nigeria, the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office. Anup Vyas. If you gave us 3 minutes, that would be wonderful.
Good morning. I'm delighted to be here on behalf of the British High Commissioner, Dr. Richard Montgomery. And please let me acknowledge the presence of the Speaker of the National House of Representatives, Honourable Tajuddin Abbas, ably represented by the Deputy Speaker, Honourable Benjamin Kalu. Please, in the interest of time, I've already eaten up 20 seconds. Let me stand on all existing protocols. So, I also want to start by thanking our host, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kukah of the Kukah Centre, for bringing us all together. And I'm sorry for the pressure that the British High Commission has clearly put to expedite the timing of today's very fruitful event. But let me say, following you on the podium, such a skilled orator, I too feel some pressure. The UK values our relationship with the Kukah Centre and, of course, the National Assembly. Our work together supported the National Peace Committee and contributed to building trust before, during and after the elections through the convening power of the National Peace Committee members. This has contributed to stability. Furthermore, that project increased public awareness on peace and conflict management during elections and promoted the active involvement of citizens in politics. Bishop Kukah has spoken powerfully about cohesion and stability. So please allow me to share a few thoughts on the very specific topic for discussion today. National integration, for me, is more than an ideal. It's an ingredient for progress and prosperity. Given Nigeria's diverse population, various ethnicities, religions and cultures across 36 states, fostering unity and purpose can help unlock Nigeria's vast economic potential and generate inclusive growth for all. The federal character principles of the 1991 Constitution matter, as do the attempts to operationalise them through, for example, the Federal Character Commission. The principles are grounded in the need to balance the polity and providing equality of access in representation. Today, I hope to hear your ideas on how this can be achieved in a way that balances representation and efficiency so that they are mutually reinforcing. For me, integration feels like a dynamic process. It is not an end state. The institutions and systems we build to support integration offer important protection. They are the scaffolding that help us deliver justice, the protection of rights, and the rule of law. Unique to each country, they are shaped by our histories and diverse heritage. Let me end by commending the Kukah Centre for the inclusive and progressive dialogue. As a partner in Nigeria's democracy, the UK is pleased to be supporting efforts today to build a stronger, more resilient Nigeria that offers a vision of progress and hope for all on the continent and beyond. Integration and the democratic institutions that promote unity face many challenges, but I'm confident that with the discourse today and the important decisions that come from it, we have the potential to identify new ways to overcome such barriers and pave the way for a brighter, more prosperous future for all. Thank you.
Please, let's give another round of applause to Anup Fiaz. He did that in just about 3 minutes, so that's great. The next goodwill message. I don't think we need this microphone, so we're having this hall back. Yes. The next goodwill message will be delivered by the chairman of the Taraba Independent States Peace Architecture. He's a fellow of the Historical Society of Nigeria, and is Professor Tala Ngaka Samuel. Professor Ngaka Samuel, Chairman, Taraba Independent States Peace Architecture. That's the next goodwill message. Thank you.
The Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, my Lord, the Bishop of Sokoto, elder statesman, chief, and one we have known him through his football club when I was young at the University of Calabar. I will never forget that. Allow me to stand on the protocol as established earlier. It is with great honor and privilege that I stand before you today to deliver a goodwill message at this conference on behalf of the independent state-based peace architectures. The independent state peace architectures, with presence of about 15 states of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, are an initiative of the Kukah Foundation, Kukah Centre, and the National Peace Committee to promote peace and enhance unity at the sub-national level. This conference, organized by the Kukah Centre, focusing on the theme revisiting the national question of Nigeria. This conference, organized by the Kukah Centre, focusing on the theme revisiting the national question, Nigeria's elusive search for national integration, is yet another bold step by the Kukah Centre to deepen conversation about our journey as a nation. This gathering represents a pivotal moment in our nation's journey towards unity, understanding, and progress. And on behalf of the Independent State Peace Architectures, I wish to congratulate Kukah Centre for organizing this very important dialogue at this moment. Congratulations. The topic we are gathered here to discuss today is not merely academic. It is a fundamental challenge that confronts us as a nation. The quest for national integration in Nigeria is as old as Nigeria itself, and yet it remains an elusive goal. We are a nation rich in diversity, culture, and heritage, yet we continue to grapple with issues of identity, marginalization, and division. As we gather here today, we must confront these challenges head-on and engage in open, honest, and constructive dialogue. We must acknowledge the complexities of our history and the deep-rooted issues that have hindered our progress towards national unity. Furthermore, we must also recognize that within these challenges lie opportunities for understanding, reconciliation, and growth. National integration is not merely about political unity or economic growth and development. It's about fostering a sense of belonging, respect, and dignity for all citizens, regardless of their background or identity. It's about creating a society where every Nigerian feels valued, heard, and empowered to contribute to the nation's development. To achieve this vision of national integration, we must work together across ethnic, religious, and regional divides. We must reject the politics of division and embrace the principles of inclusivity, tolerance, and mutual respect. We must invest in education, dialogue, and community building initiatives that promote understanding and provide bridges across divides. We must address the root causes of conflict, inequality, and injustice that undermine our efforts towards national integration. We must strive to create a society where every Nigerian is equal, has equal access to opportunities, resources, and representation. We must uphold the principles of justice, fairness, and accountability in all aspects of governance and decision-making. As we engage in discussions and deliberations throughout this conference, let us remember that the journey towards national integration is not a sprint. Rather, it is a marathon. It will require patience, perseverance, and collective action from all stakeholders, including all of us sitting here, the government and the civil society. In conclusion, let us recommit ourselves to the noble cause of national integration and unity. Let us draw inspiration from the resilience, diversity, and strength of our nation and work tirelessly towards building a more inclusive, cohesive, and prosperous Nigeria for ourselves and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ngaka Samuel, Fellow of the Historical Society of Nigeria and Chairman of the Taraba Independent State Peace Architecture. Please, let's appreciate him one more time. I'm sure if Professor Ngaka, a Fellow of the Historical Society, if he were to give the keynotes on this occasion, he would have taken us on a historical excursion as to what happened to us in 1914 and the recurrent name of Lord Lugard, the amalgamation of the northern and southern protectorates to form modern-day Nigeria. I'm sure he would also have gone back in time to tell us how at least two countries that are world leaders today achieved national cohesion. Germany, Otto von Bismarck, and of course in Italy you had Garibaldi. These were fractious nation-states and entities, but these leaders were able to weld them. Interestingly, Professor Ngaka was talking about inclusion, and the next goodwill message will be given by a champion of inclusivity and a relentless advocate for the rights of persons with disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Jay Capella of TAF Africa.
Ladies Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I don't know how you will describe me and what race that I belong. When you watch the gentleman from Britain, you will recognize him as a white man. And then you watch Professor, who just spoke, you will recognize him as a black man. Sometimes I wonder where we are. Let me answer, in between. With that said, I want to stand on the existing protocol, but not withstanding three people that I must mention, and I'll tell you the reason. And I know my time is running. Number one is the Deputy Speaker, who is a good friend of mine, and I would have to mention you and thank you and salute you because I want my bills to pass when it comes to you. The second is Chief Iwanyanwu, who is the President General of Ohaneze Ndibo, because I'm from River State, so I don't want to be blocked when I'm going to River State. The third is my Lord Bishop, because I want my prayer, because you know, if you know Bishop, with Bishop is a local call to reach God. Without Bishop is a trunk call. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, National Integration Unity Conference, I align myself absolutely on behalf of the community of persons with disability. For the time that I have, I would like to remind all of us that when it comes to politics, policy, legislation, persons with disability has contributed meaningfully and significantly. In the area of politics, you will find that we have made policies, laws, legislations, and political participation. So you cannot do without us when it comes to national integration. In the area of economy, infrastructure, and job creation, we've done phenomenal. I'm standing here this morning just to remind us that the financial inclusion policy of Central Bank of Nigeria was initiated by my humble self years back. And today it's a prominent uniter in Nigerian economy and of several things. Job creation. I have in my employment over 21 Nigerians that many of them I don't even know where they come from. If you don't call that unity, what then would you call unity? Ladies and gentlemen, in education, in learning, in skill development, in culture, in sports, in tourism, you will find that persons with disability has contributed meaningfully in what unites us today. And so, conference like this must not in any way exclude us, because you cannot talk about inclusion if some people are left behind. I'd like to end by saying this morning, I said a prayer, just two prayer points. And God said to me, you don't need a prayer warrior, you don't need a warfare, you don't need an all-night. He said, I've answered, but you need to pray that prayer to Bishop Kukah. And the prayer is one, oh Lord Bishop, ensure that every time you speak, you must mention persons with disability in your speech. Oh Lord Bishop, ensure that any peace accord must have a clause that compels politicians not to use persons with disability and to ensure inclusivity either in their campaign or in their governance structure if they win. Ladies and gentlemen, would you help me say amen to that? Amen. Thank you, Bishop.
I'm sure we can do with a louder amen. Jake Epele of TAF Africa has served the champion of the cause of inclusivity and a very easily recognizable face in the advocacy for persons with disability. Let me very quickly recognize two persons who have joined us in the course of this program. First is the former Honorable Minister of Labor and Productivity, Chief Dr. Emeka Nwogu, recipient of the National Honor of CON. Dr. Emeka Nwogu, can I see you? Right, okay. And then we also have the moderator of the panel discussion that will be coming up in the course of today's program. Is Dr. Sam Amadi. Dr. Sam Amadi, of course, is right here with us, the former chairman of the Electricity Regulatory Commission. And well, this thing doesn't touch on the electricity tariff, does it? Well, I mean, Bishop is saying something, I can't immediately hear him, but I imagine that, you know, he will make some obiter with respect to electricity tariff and what needs to be done with respect to all of that. So, Dr. Sam Amadi, we're glad to have you. There are just two items we will take before we respectfully take the keynote address by the Right Honorable Speaker, here represented by the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker. There's an overview of the integration project being undertaken by the Kukah Centre. And to lead us through this will be Deborah Obafemi, who is the Monitoring, Evaluation, and Learning Officer at the Kukah Centre. Please, let's welcome Deborah Obafemi.
Standing on existing protocol, I would like you to join me on the journey of 18 months for this project, support to critical stakeholders through the Kukah Centre to advocate and facilitate overall peace in Nigeria. As we are aware, we have varying electoral issues and non-electoral issues that impact the elections, and it is against this backdrop of heightened tension and escalating insecurity that the Kukah Centre have decided to undertake this project. The project implementation ran for a period of 18 months, and we used varying implementation strategies, which includes capacity building for the project team, key stakeholders at the subnational level on peace building, conflict resolution, and mediation skills. This is in order to promote peace and stability ahead of the 2023 general elections and the off-cycle elections. We also had media sensitization. This media sensitization using gender and socially inclusive strategies to advocate for peace and security. We had stakeholder back-channel negotiations by key stakeholders in order to mitigate and prevalent issues on electoral violence that characterize Nigeria elections. We also had the Situation Room where we monitored compliance with peace accord signed in Kogi, Imo, and Bayelsa states. The evidence-based reports from the Situation Room were compiled and used to guide the MPC's intervention and negotiation. We also have the National Conference, which is why we are here. It is a platform for relevant stakeholders to discuss ways of fostering unity amidst diversity through a holistic approach, prioritizing collective welfare over partisan interests. We also have the independent evaluation to determine the overall effectiveness of the program. Some of our key achievements include: 1, we had cumulatively over 2,000 persons were trained on peace building, conflict resolution, and mediation at the subnational level. Approximately 17 million viewers and listeners were reached via our media intervention, reaching about 104 million viewers interacting both nationally and beyond. We also have over 100 organizations, CSOs, donors, faith-based organizations who are currently seeking partnership on matters of peace-building intervention with the Kukah Centre. We also recorded increased mediation of electoral conflict due to the increased capacity building that was provided for the independent state-based peace architecture at the subnational level. This project contributed significantly to existing body of knowledge through its comprehensive training manual guide that has continued to be a resource material for other groups that are conducting similar trainings. There have been records of improved and increased knowledge on alternates to dispute resolution among stakeholders. The enthusiasm of the women, the youth, and the persons with disability that were engaged through the course of the project was also heightened. There was significant de-escalation of tension through the actions of the project before, during, and after the 2023 general elections and the off-cycle elections. There were synergy and strategic collaborations that were created between different working groups for peace in the different states where we have the independent state-based peace architectures, giving local actor ownership to the process, and this led to significant and credible peace-building intervention across the respective states where we have the ISPA. Overall, the project contributed to increased public awareness of the need to shun electoral violence and promote peace building and conflict management through the use of media and stakeholder engagement. Some of the key states where we have progressive changes are in Imo, for example. The engagement of the ISPAs facilitated fair process for selecting community leaders and significantly contributed to disarmament among the youth. In Kogi, we had the resolution of the prolonged clash between the Ebira and Bassa community. In Kwara, there was successful mediation of inter-religious conflict between the Isheri traditional worshippers and the Islamic leaders. In Kano as well, and also in Adamawa, in Benue, in Katsina, to mention a few of our progressive changes. Our challenges. It is true that we recorded this much success, but we were not left without our challenges. One of the major challenges that posed with the project include the transition and the change in government actors. We also have the prevalence of the patriarchal system in the country where women and persons with disability are not given enough room to be on the playing ground as well. We also have the limits in the project funding because we could only do as much as we had the finances for. Then for the ISPAs that undertook the step-down training, there were also financial limitations to advance the peace-building intervention for conflict situations. We also have the persistent socioeconomic factor like inflation and poverty that is still ongoing in the country. The most critical observation was the level of division witnessed at the various levels. The growing levels of division along ethnic, regional, and religious lines at the subnational level, leading to a trust deficit in the system, and this can potentially contribute to political instability, bringing us to the theme of the event, our Conference on National Integration. It is imperative that we begin to examine the role of religion in fostering social cohesion and safeguarding individual liberties. It is important that we begin to look at assessing policies and initiatives aimed at promoting inclusivity, equity, and representation across the diverse sector of the society. We need to evaluate the connection between democratic governance, electoral transparency, and the consolidation of national unity. There is also need to begin to analyze the power of common legal framework in upholding justice, human rights, and the rule of law within the multicultural context. Lastly, there is a need to delve into citizenship rights and responsibility as a cornerstone of national identity and solidarity. So before I go, I want to leave us with this. There can be no peace without justice, and no justice without truth and objectivity. The only permanence we have is each other. Let us together build a nation human enough, a place without prejudice, where all faith, all cultures, and language can coexist. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deborah Obafemi, Monitoring, Evaluation, and Learning Officer at the Kukah Centre. Please, let's appreciate her once again for that walkthrough of the project for national integration. If the documentary is ready, we'll take it right away. But before then, let me recognize the presence in the audience of Professor Dan Fulani Ahmed. He's a former Director General of the Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies at Kuru near Jos. He's also Vice Chairman of the Arewa New Agenda. Professor Dan Fulani Ahmed, can I see you in the audience? That's right. It's our pleasure to have you with us for today's event. We also have with us, I think, yes, I recall it was a quantity surveyor, Murtala M. Aliu, former Honorable Minister of Power and Steel. Murtala Aliu, can I see him also in the audience? All right, up there. Sorry, I'm blindsided by the floodlights. So, Murtala Aliu and Professor Dan Fulani Ahmed, we're glad to have you. Also amongst the civil society representatives this morning is Mr. Kenneth Ahaneku. Kenneth Ahaneku, I thought I saw him earlier. That's right, it's our pleasure to have you with us. So we'll take an interlude in the meantime, and that will be to enable us watch this documentary, just about 10 minutes or less.
Before the formation of the Nigerian state, the colonial government applied certain methods that have today left a large-scale ethnic consciousness and conflict. They carved out arbitrary and artificial boundaries within Nigeria, merging people with fewer or no common cultural bonds and making other communal groups take on the image of the minority. The colonialists failed to develop institutions that could integrate Nigeria around common cultural, social, and political symbols and structures. Consequently, following Nigeria's independence in 1960, the country has struggled to develop a sense of nationhood and common citizenship. Successive governments have focused on state building, investing in institutions and infrastructure rather than nation building, that is, developing a shared identity and destiny. This neglect has left this huge, diverse and complex country deeply divided along ethnic, regional and religious lines, vulnerable to vociferous pressures. After independence in 1960, a series of political contestation led to the first military coup and the subsequent outbreak of civil war, which lasted from 1967 to 1970. When the military took over, certain programs were allegedly intended to restore discipline and accountability in the public polity. On the flip side, they used both their own military institutions and civilian administrations to construct and entrench ethnicity and religious identity into the Nigerian polity. Furthermore, the military used the creation of states, local governments, and boundary adjustments to delineate ethnic compositions, oil its patronage system, and further weaken the polity. At independence, Nigeria had only 3 regions: North, West, and South. By the end of General Sani Abacha's regime, there were 36 states, most created along ethnic and religious lines. This balkanization of Nigeria remains a major factor in the ethnic and religious violence in Nigeria today. The transition of Nigeria from military dictatorship to multi-party democracy in 1999 further exacerbated ethnic and religious identities, since politicians often instrumentalize them to mobilize voters at election time. Additionally, it reinforced religious sentiments, fertilized ethnic loyalties, and further create a massive political consciousness along regional and religious lines. As a result, Nigeria became more divided as mutual distrust between and among communities was consolidated. During elections, incidents of violence such as intimidation, harassment, ballot box snatching, and even loss of lives have been reported across various regions of the country. These violent acts are often perpetrated by political thugs, party loyalists, and sometimes even security personnel, with the aim to manipulate election outcomes, suppressing opposition voices, and asserting control over political power. The consequences of electoral violence have been profound and far-reaching. With the aim to manipulate election outcomes, suppressing opposition voices, and asserting control over political power, the consequences of electoral violence have profound and far-reaching consequences for national integration. Beyond the immediate loss of lives and destruction of property, many citizens have lost trust in state institutions and have simply withdrawn into the wombs of their ethnic tribes and religions. Recognizing the urgent need for intervention, the Kukah Centre, with support from the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO, engaged different categories of Nigerians at the national and sub-national levels to call for peace and national integration. The centre provided training to enhance the capacity of the project management team, engaged key stakeholders at the state and the national level to promote peace and stability, conduct media engagement and advocacy campaigns for peace, security, and national integration. At national and state levels, the Kukah Centre facilitated the interventions of the National Peace Committee, and at the sub-national level, the centre mobilized the state-based peace architectures to support local peace efforts. Developed the peace training manual, trained 150 members of the independent state-based peace architectures in 15 states, including Adamawa, Taraba, Gombe, Bauchi, Kano, Katsina, Nasarawa, Benue, Kogi, Kwara, Enugu, Oyo, Imo, Cross River, and Akwa Ibom. The ISPAs equally stepped down the training and trained 660 beneficiaries in 15 states. Beneficiaries, ISPA, and state mobilizers played active roles in identifying, analyzing, and mitigating conflict in their community and states. The campaign also contributed to reducing tension, particularly during election period when tensions are typically heightened.
And for our youth, please avoid being used as vanguards or people who are going to cause problems. Because in the long run, it is you, the youth, or the people who are used in causing damage or in causing violence that suffer in the long run.
The media campaign also contributed to addressing fake news and misinformation. Traditional media and the use of social media played a significant role in disseminating peace messages, reached 298,600, an engagement of 78,810. Here are some of the clips from the engagement of the regional training.
You have to be aware that Nigerians, there are things we hold very dear. Culture, religion, conflict sensitivity in everything we do, including resolution of existing conflicts. You cannot just dismiss somebody's culture because you don't hold the same values.
The project successfully reached over 17 million people through its media actions, playing a crucial role in raising awareness and promoting peace.
I came and I benefited a lot in terms of how to mediate, how to dialogue.
We have been exposed to so many things, especially in resolving conflicts.
All that we've learned here will help us engage stakeholders and in management of conflict and resolving them.
As a result of the 18 months of engagement by the Kukah Centre, one key issue that emerged is the consolidated level of division and mutual distrust between communities, individuals, and institutions. Increasingly, ethnic, tribal, regional, and religious identity is placed over and above national identity and citizenship. These identities appear to have become commercialized and deployed for political, economic, and social transactions. Chapter 2 of the 1999 Constitution, which is supposed to have fostered national integration, is neglected. Consequently, the Kukah Centre is organizing this one-day conference to revisit the question of national integration with the theme Revisiting the National Question, Nigeria's Elusive Search for National Integration. This conference is one in a series of conversations the Kukah Centre is planning to address series of issues of national identity, common citizenship, freedom of religion, inclusion, good governance, and common law.
Many thanks to the Kukah Centre for that reminder of where we are coming from and where we are today and what we need to do to attain national cohesion. It's a work in progress, and the Kukah Centre is putting its foot forward in ensuring that we work assiduously in order to achieve the much desired national cohesion. We're coming to another high point of today's program, that's today's conference, and that will be the keynote address to be delivered by the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, represented by the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of the House, Benjamin Kalu. He's a lawyer, and during the 9th House, he was Speaker for the House, and now he's Deputy Speaker. So the House Committee on Media, he chaired that and was spokesperson for the 9th House. Today, he's the second in command in the House of Representatives, standing in here for the Right Honorable Speaker. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our pleasure at this time to invite the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, here represented by the Deputy Speaker of the House, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, to deliver the keynote address. Please let's welcome him with a round of applause to the podium.
Please, you may have your seat, please. The protocol has been well established. We are aware that today is a special day, having in mind that our brothers will be praying in the next hour or two. But having said that, permit me to, while standing on the existing protocol, recognize the chief host of this event today, the man that has distinguished himself in this nation with regards to national cohesion, national integration, peace, and unity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a believer in this nation called Nigeria, our very own Bishop of Sokoto Catholic Diocese, who is also the convener of National Peace Committee and founder of the Kukah Centre, my Lord Bishop Matthew Hassan Kukah. We are proud of you, and we are proud of the work you do, and you have been consistent. Generations after generations have come to see your work, have come to embrace your work, have come to use your work as resource material towards increasing the integration in our efforts towards nation building. We commend you, and I want to say that the House of Representatives will be making use of some of your works. Your books are not yet in our library. We need to engage more with you and find a way of having some of your books as resource material in our National Assembly Library, because it will influence the laws we make. It will give us the right balanced perspective that is unbiased. Thank you very much. Let me also recognize my father in the house, my leader, a man who is not just wearing a title that he does not deserve. He has earned it over the years. Also, generations after generations have been impacted by his steadfastness and belief in Nigeria. And that is no other person than the President General of Ahaneze Ndigbo Worldwide, Chief Emmanuel Iwanyanwu. You have distinguished yourself. The list is very long, but let me also recognize the representatives from the British High Commission for the beautiful job that you do, back to back. I think earlier this week we were somewhere, we were there funding the conversation around state police and security. Today again, before the end of 1 week, I'm seeing you again in your beautiful suit, proudly saying you believe in Nigeria and your mission will not be tired in pushing for this national cohesion. I really appreciate you. There are so many distinguished excellencies, past this, former that. Please, for want of time, allow me to stand on that well-established protocol. I bring you greetings from the House of Representatives, the People's House, your house. Today I was supposed to be in Port Harcourt with the Navy to commission a project on behalf of Mr. President, but this event was taken to be more important than my being there. That's why I'm here. Today as well, the flight to carry me to Kano for a very good celebration of my friends, the Emir of Kano and the Emir of Bichi, was ready, and the people who were supposed to go with me, they were also ready. But this event again was called higher than that visit. That is why we are here. And today I'm not here alone. I'm here with people that you have influenced, to talk about peace, talk about national, regional integration. We call ourselves Peace in Southeast Project. You are handling the national picture of cohesion, but we also believe that it should trickle down to the various subnationals, some regions, to make sure that at the end of the day, that we will come together to achieve the ultimate goal of nation building. So in that spirit, last December, on the 29th of December, I initiated, alongside members of parliament, in view of the Hydra-headed problems in the Southeast with regards to insecurity, and the need for us to heal better, the need for us to integrate better, form what we call Peace in Southeast Project. With the nod of Mr. President, who was in attendance with his Vice President and other leaders of the nation, all the traditional rulers in this country from all corners of Nigeria, we were able to launch Peace in Southeast. They are here today in solidarity of the work you are doing for national peace. Members of Southeast Project, are you here? Please, can you rise for recognition? They came to support what you are doing and to inform you that what you are doing at the national level is being replicated at the sub-national and regional level. Thank you. You may have your seat. This is a keynote address delivered by the Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, PhD, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, my boss, my friend, my brother, who considered this event very important and would have been here, but another national call demanded his presence. And this is represented by the Deputy Speaker of the Conference of National Integration organized by the Kukah Centre today, Friday, 26th April 2024. I'm delighted to join you today at this conference on national integration. I thank the Kukah Centre for convening us to deliberate on such a critical aspect of our nation's fabric, unity in diversity. It compels our complete attention. It compels our collective effort to foster a cohesive society from our diverse identities. Nigeria's pluralism, characterized by its vast diversity in ethnicity, diversity in language, diversity in religion, offers a remarkable asset to the nation. It's not a disadvantage. It is an advantage. It was high time we started seeing it. It is high time we started seeing it that way. Our cultural diversity can significantly enhance global diplomatic and economic relationships. The varied perspectives and skills stemming from these diversity can foster innovative solutions to economic and social challenges, driving sustainable development. The core of my keynote address here is to emphasize that embracing and leveraging the pluralism can propel Nigeria towards a more unified, a more prosperous future, where the collective strengths of its diverse population are fully harnessed. History has repeatedly shown that society that embrace their pluralism tend to thrive economically, thrive socially, thrive politically. Nations such as Switzerland and Singapore serve as exemplars, harnessing their cultural and religious diversity to foster innovation and competitiveness on the global stage. These countries have not only embraced diversity, they have institutionalized it, making it a cornerstone of their national policies. The path towards harnessing and managing diverse elements into a unified national identity is fraught, definitely, with challenges. And we have grappled with this question since amalgamation in 1914. Historically, Nigeria has undertaken several measures to manage its rich diversity, including implementing federal character principles to ensure equitable representation in government and public services. Such policies are designed to prevent dominance by any group and promote national unity. Additionally, we have encouraged states and local government to engage in dialogue and development programs that address ethnic and religious tensions. Progress in these areas has contributed immensely to moments of increased cooperation and peace across all parts of Nigeria. However, significant challenges persist. The implementation of diversity management policies is often inconsistent, and ethnic and religious conflict continue to flare up, exacerbated by economic disparities and competition for resources. Furthermore, the central challenge remains balancing diverse interests in a way that promotes national unity while respecting the identities and rights of all constituent groups. This ongoing struggle reflects the complex interplay of historical, of social, and economic factors Nigeria continues to navigate. In the period since independence, several constitutional and national dialogue have been convened by successive administrations to address the complexities of diversity and inclusion. Initiatives like the National Political Reform Conference and various constitutional amendments have sought to create a more inclusive governance framework. A notable effort is, in this context, is the Justice Ware's report, which emerged from the Electoral Reform Committee, established in 2007. This report aimed to enhance the inclusivity and fairness of the electoral process, thereby giving a more equitable voice to the Nigerian diverse population. Recommendations from the report included the establishment of more autonomous electoral bodies and mechanisms to ensure that all groups, including minorities, have fair political representation. These dialogues and reforms highlight an ongoing commitment to refining the political landscape to reflect better and serve Nigeria's pluralistic society. As noted by many commentators in the aftermath of the 2023 election, the greatest challenge facing our government, the current administration under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, is managing diversity and rebuilding trust among Nigerians. The President has prioritized national healing and national building since assuming office. Addressing Nigerians in India recently during the G20 summit in September 2023, the President challenged Nigerians to harness the country's rich diversity as a uniquely powerful tool for advancing prosperity and national development. I'm conscious of the fact that embracing diversity is not without challenges. It requires concerted effort. It requires careful planning. It requires the commitment of every segment of society, especially those of us in leadership position. It is people who make systems work. Hence, no matter the elegance of our remedies on paper, if we, the people, do not consider each other as brothers and sisters, these proposed solutions are bound to fail. The burden of fostering national cohesion and effectively managing diversity rests on leaders across all facets of our society, just like it rested on our Awolowo, and it rested on our Zikiwe, it rested on Osman Dan Fodio, it rested on all the leaders of the past who came together and said, we want a country to be called our own. Each man believing in each other's view. Each man believing in each other's contribution. That was why we bettered Nigeria. We expect leaders in government, we expect leaders in religious organizations and traditional leaders from the traditional institutions and as well as families to play their role. For example, government officials set the legislative and policy frameworks that ensure equality and protect the rights of all citizens, thereby creating a stable environment where diversity is respected and valued. Religious leaders on their own play a crucial role by promoting moral values and tolerance among their followers, thus mediating conflict. Traditional institutions on their own, with their deep-rooted authority in local communities, are essential in preserving cultural heritage and in promoting mutual respect among various ethnic groups. Meanwhile, families are the foundational unit of society, where values of unity and acceptance are first taught and learned. Together, these pillars of leadership are interrelated in that they each contribute uniquely to the collective effort of uniting a nation's people, fostering an inclusive society where differences are tolerated and celebrated. Our diversity is not a disadvantage. It is a beautiful coloration with so many opportunities to know more from others who are different from you, to learn more from those who have different values from you. You are not a Nigerian if you are offended by the language of the tongue of your brother sitting beside you. You're not a Nigerian if you are so scared to wear the traditional outfit of another tribe. You're not a Nigerian, true Nigerian, if the dictates of the belief of another religion offends your sensibilities. We didn't make this. God made it so. In varieties lies the spice of life. Let's stop complaining about our differences. How we are different in the language we speak, different in the outfit that we wear. Recently, I heard of people complaining that an airline used a traditional outfit. They would have been silent if we used the British outfit. We shouldn't be uncomfortable with each other. If we believe in integration, it calls for accommodation of tolerance. As citizens, we too have significant responsibilities. We must embrace our diverse identities, which are given not by choice, but by divine providence. Like I said, it is essential to respect these identities, recognizing that national integration does not mean erasing our differences, but celebrating them while finding common ground for a stronger, united nation. Herein lies the critical role of the legislature in promoting national integration. Lawmakers at both the national and sub-national levels are not only constitutionally mandated to represent the collective interests of all Nigerians and ensure that laws, policies, and programs of government recognize diversity and actively promote and protect it. One of the deliberate ways we can manage our diversity is through inclusive governance. This involves ensuring that all groups, no matter how small, have a voice in the political process and access to economic opportunities of this great nation. Inclusion reduces grievance that stem from feeling marginalized and underrepresented. In Canada, for instance, multicultural policies have been a bedrock, promoting a society where all cultural traditions are respected and celebrated. So also is in Australia and all other countries. Are they any less than us? No. Accommodating each other will not underdevelop us. It will develop us the more. Let's not be afraid of one another. Because my brother in the north is my brother. Just like my brother in the southwest is my brother. And you from the southwest, your brother from the north should be your brother. And you from the northeast, your brother from the southeast should be your brother. Little wonder I introduce myself in the House of Representatives when I stand to speak as Benjamin Okezie Carlo, representing the people of Nigeria, starting from Bende Federal Constituency. That is an introduction that is hinged on that philosophy that though we come from a little part, we are part of the whole. We represent the whole when it comes to federal legislature. We should embrace it with our whole hands because these principles ensure that all citizens are treated with dignity and respect, regardless of their background. The centrality of good governance becomes even more pronounced with the context of historical factors, such as colonialism, ethno-religious tensions, political corruption, bad governance, politics of exclusion, economic disparities, and social injustices. These challenges have hindered the full realization of our nation's potential and have often led to divisions among our people. Critically, citizens must hold leaders and government officials accountable for their action and assess them based on their performance and the merit of their argument rather than sentiments Let's be done with sentiment. Education is another important tool in fostering national unity and can play a pivotal role in managing diversity. We must review the primary and secondary school curriculum to ensure that young Nigerians know the various cultures, the various religions that constitute Nigeria. We can foster understanding and tolerance from a young age. Such education policies prepare our children for the complexities of a diverse world and instill in them the values of coexistence and respect. The Holy Book says, train up a child in the way he should go, for when he is old, he will not depart from it. So what they internalize at that young age becomes what informs their character later on. Our educational reform must also address the socialization process that promotes primordial chauvinism. We can move towards a more cohesive and inclusive society by challenging these ingrained attitudes and fostering a sense of shared identity that is based on our common humanity. In our legislative activities, we are committed to ensuring that the laws we pass reflect our dedication to fostering national unity. Our legislative agenda in the 10th House is strategically designed to address the challenges that slow our unity and our journey towards a more perfect union. As the people's representative, we will ensure strict adherence to constitutional provisions regarding federal character and affirmative action, ensuring equitable representation and resource allocation across all regions and geopolitical zones. Our ongoing constitutional amendment process, which I chair in the House, aims to strengthen these mechanisms, promote a more inclusive, fair, and just society. The House has already received several recommendations on strategies and measures for promoting national cohesion. I invite all stakeholders here present and outside here to share their ideas with us. Additionally, our committees have been empowered and mandated to prioritize matters related to national integration. The House, as Nigeria's most representative body, is dedicated to leveraging the legislative process to promote harmony and cohesion. We aim to strengthen our national ties and bridge existing divides through robust debate, through consultations, through collaborations as well. Moreover, I'm deeply convinced that the economic empowerment through equitable resource distribution, infrastructure, development, and job creation across all regions can play also a pivotal role in reducing disparity while enhancing national unity. By investing in infrastructure and development projects across different regions, especially those that are underserved, we improve the quality of lives and promote a sense of belonging among all Nigerians. In the 2024 budget, for instance, the National Assembly carefully ensured that all geopolitical zones were treated fairly. As we move forward, let us draw inspiration from successful models of integration, like those in Malaysia, where economic development has been strategically aligned with social policies to manage ethnic diversity. We can tailor unique solutions that address our specific challenges by learning from such examples. In conclusion, the strength of our nation lies in our ability to unite, despite our differences. Our diversity should be our strategic advantage, making us more resilient, making us more innovative, making us more cohesive as a nation. As your representative, we pledge to continue promoting policies that foster integration, celebrate our diverse heritage, and build a stronger, more united Nigeria. I challenge us all as a people to reject bigotry of any kind and embrace tolerance, empathy, and unity. By so doing, we can build a Nigeria where every citizen is valued and empowered. Let us work towards a future united by the bonds of brotherhood and sisterhood in one strong, indivisible nation. This is possible. This is achievable if we put our mind to it. Thank you, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kukah and the Kukah Centre for this opportunity. May God bless our efforts and deliberations, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Please let's applaud the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, who is standing in for the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. Please, let's be seated. Several quotable quotes from that keynote address. I'm sure that those who are casting headlines will have little difficulty in sourcing their headlines from the words that have been spoken in the course of the keynote. Accommodating each other will not underdevelop us. We shouldn't be uncomfortable with each other. Our diversity isn't a disadvantage. And the strength of our nation lies in our ability to unite. Many more that you can accept from the keynoter. Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into the panel discussion, which is on revisiting the national question, permit me to make the following announcements. Car with registration number GWA 906CG, you are advised to repark your vehicle. Car with registration number GWA 906CG, you are advised to repark your vehicle. Let me, at this time, also very quickly recognize two guests who have joined us in the course of this conference. A very well-known face, now a distinguished senator of the Federal Republic, and former governor of Edo State, Comrade Senator Adams Oshomole. Comrade Oshomole, he came in the course of the Speaker's keynote, and I understand why he popped in a bit late. He probably was just coming in from Edo State, where you know there's an election ahead in about 5 months. So he's coming from the field. But the field doesn't look rough just yet, because you can see he's still in a sparkling outfit. And I'm sure in the weeks just before the elections, we probably will see some ruffle, as always. But of course, we can trust that Edo is largely homogeneous, and the elections will come and go. So, on to the panel discussion. The panel discussion will be for 30 minutes. And the moderator of the panel discussion on revisiting the national question is also a very well-known face, Dr. Sam Amadi. Sam Amadi is, of course, is a lawyer, and his doctorate in law from Harvard University, an activist, and former chairman of the Electricity Regulatory Commission. But as I teased him earlier, we're not discussing electricity tariff just this afternoon. Please, let's welcome the moderator of the conversation, Dr. Sam Amadi. Dr. Sam? Yeah. We have 4 discussants. Let me, at this time, if you take a look at your program, you'll see their names there. The first is the founder and chief executive of Beacon Security and Intelligence Limited. Dr. Kabir Adamu, you couldn't possibly find a more dispassionate and analytical mind when it comes to security issues in our country and what needs to be done. Hands-on on all sides, on all occasions. He has a perspective that is always illuminating and penetrating, and we do hope that we can get it right with respect to security and intelligence matters. Dr. Kabir Adamu, please come over and take your seat. We also have the editor, the public affairs analyst at Blueprint newspaper. The paper, of course, is based here in Abuja and very widely read. Zainab Okino. Zainab Okino, please take your seat on the panel. I was talking earlier about the forthcoming elections, the governorship elections off cycle in Edo State. And one of the panelists this morning is another easily recognizable face. They started out as young men and women, and today they have grown in importance and significance, not just in our country, but elsewhere in West Africa and also in Africa, on account of their advocacy for elections to be done right. Even before I have called him, he has... that tells you the level of energy that they still have. I don't know how they came about Yaga. Sometimes, in the earlier stages, I used to say, is it in Yanga, Africa, or what? But we are all used to it now that it is Yaga, Africa. That's the executive director, Sam Itodo. Of course, they were the brains and the power behind the Not Too Young to Run. So please, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Sam Itodo to the panel. Last but not the least is Barrister Gloria Balasin. Barrister Balasin is the Chief Executive Officer of the House of Justice. And we hear again and again and again that without justice, you can't attain national cohesion. So I'll invite the moderator at this time, Dr. Sam Amadi, to take charge of proceedings, and this will be for 30 minutes. If it's shorter, why not?
Thank you very much, moderator. Sorry, MC. I think I'll crave our indulgence, and with Bishop Kukah, I told Bishop Kukah, I always call him Father Kukah. I'm sorry if I say Father Kukah. Bishop Kukah's prompting, it would be nice to have my own comrade, maybe opportunity for a minute or two remark. Comrade, he came late because of obvious engagement. You have to, Father says, Bishop says you should say something as one of the guests before we continue. You want to come to the high table? Okay. Bishop, he says he will speak later. I take it to be he will speak later. Okay, so let's get to the discussion. I think the speaker's speech kind of sets out off to a good takeoff. But one of the things I like to say is that we build our national integration on sentiment, not a bad thing. We are a common people. We should love ourselves. And those are right, but they are too fragile to withstand the usual conflicts and the reality of social dynamics. And so this conversation we would like to look at, what do we do to reinforce our goodness? There was a famous professor, I think she's at Columbia, Martha Nussbaum, who wrote a book called The Fragility of Goodness. We are good people, but good fences make good neighbors. So we're going to focus more on what are we going to build to ensure that this our goodness survives the usual tempest of human interaction. Again, as a question or ask the panelists to speak, I think also the last slide by Kukah Centre sets us up well. Freedom of religion, social inclusion, good governance, election, common law, and democratic citizenship. The last point will be this. The speaker made a great point. Pluralism could be a gain. Pluralism could be a problem. In the early days of US democracy, some of the theorists focused on what they call civic religion. The idea that democracy is sustained by some value systems that are sourced from religious thinking. So Islam, Christianity, Hindu, Confucians, they all have structures of value that reinforces a nationhood. But today, we are seeing also that pluralism is now the major challenge to democracy everywhere in the world. We saw what is going on in the US. So pluralism is a gain, pluralism could be a problem, and a big one. So how do we then manage pluralism? And that's also a point to say, Australia, all these countries we mentioned, the difference might be that those sentiments are reinforced by the actual way that institutions run. So, for example, if you look at our intermarriage, we marry a lot. Chapter 2 of the Constitution talks about government promoting intermarriage, ethnic, religious intermarriage. Even without government effort, we have so much engagement. We marry, we live among ourselves, we do business together. But why is it that the structure of public governance, rather than reinforcing, actually undermines and erodes? So it will be hypocritical to emphasize those common civic, sentimental aspect of commonality and not emphasize how public policy and governance deliberately undermine even the social capital that we have built over time through those interactions. And that sets off the conversation. Thank you very much. I think, and good enough, we have very seasoned, this is absolutely inclusive. 2 male, female, some of us slightly old, some of you mostly young. Okay, so that's a good balance. I think I would like to, we talk about inclusion and also identity. The biggest issue in global politics is identity. How do you be able to include diverse identities? And identity is mutative. Every day we're getting new identities, transgender, sexual orientation, religious orientation, even self-defined, self-constructed identity. So I would like to start with Ajay Zainab, I think. Zainab, I guess. Not just because you're a woman, which is fundamental, okay? You're also in the media space. So my question would be, 2-point. How do you assess how well has Nigeria tried to include different identities in the actual process of governance? That's number one. The second aspect of it will be, how would you, what identity matters most? You see, because we have plenty of identities. How would somebody who is involved in public policy think around which identity matters most or ought to be included and to what extent? So basically, first, are we doing good in trying to include diverse identities, whether religious, ethnic, sexual orientation, and all that? And then, if you're a public policy maker sitting in the villa today and constructing an inclusive policy, how do you prioritize diverse forms in which people can identify themselves? Christian, Muslim, ethnicity, gender, and so on and so forth.
Thank you, Dr. Sam. I don't know why it started with me. Okay, let me start it this way. The topic of discussion, which talks about revisiting and then elusive, are words that show that we have been on this for a long time. So, as far back as 92 or so, and Bishop used to come to my office then, although he didn't know me, I was just a rookie reporter. in Citizen Office in Kaduna. And then we had a conference titled The National Question. I can't remember what followed. So that was almost 32 years ago. And then to say that we are still on it means that our problem is a long haul. We are not yet ready to solve the problem. And let me also continue on a personal note. I had my children, all my children except one in Kaduna. And every time they have to fill a form, they ask of their state, which they hardly know. They don't even understand the language very well. So every now and then, they ask, what about this? We are from Kogi State. How do I put this? How do I put that? That's to tell you that what matters most is where you know very well, where you are born, where you reside. So to answer your question directly, if I'm a policymaker, if I have the opportunity of making any policy in Nigeria, citizenship would trump indigenship. And then we do not, all that we need is how long you have stayed in a particular place, and then you serve, and you can serve Nigeria very well. So you don't need to indicate that I'm from so-so place in a particular state somewhere, whereas you are in Nigeria. So if I have the opportunity of making any policy, all these issues about indigenship, all these issues of ethnicity, we can actually avoid it. We do not need tribe. We only need people who can work for Nigeria. And we have this issue about religion. Every form you want to fill, your ethnic group, your religion. What has religion, with due respect to you, Bishop, what has religion contributed to? Has religion contributed to the progress of Nigeria? The answer is no. So what we have had over the years is we have made religion a divisive issue, just like ethnicity has become a divisive issue. For as long as these issues are not going to unite us, they are not going to bring us together, and they are not about inclusivity, I do not think we need it. And then again, what we need most is good governance. If you encounter good governance, you will not ask for the identity of the man in charge. We need good governance. We need to ensure that there's good governance and there's justice, equity, and fair play. The reason why people are agitating is because they think that their needs have not been taken care of. They think that their religion has been neglected. They think that maybe someone from their own religious background has never been considered for any appointment, or even their area is neglected in terms of development. So if we can do away with all this and be serious with citizenship, be serious with inclusivity, talk about justice, be equitable in whatever you do, I think we will go far. But for now, I think we are on a long haul. We are not yet ready, because leaders come and they just talk about all those issues or behave the way they have always behaved, and they go. And then another one comes, they will just prepare it, and at the end of the day, nothing significant is achieved.
Thank you very much. So, in essence, Hajia says maybe we are exaggerating these differences and these identity issues. We could actually focus more on governance. And if things go, if we have justice, good governance, maybe we will be less sensitive to these identitarian issues. Let me come to Kabiru, who has been very much focused on security. We know that security derives from failure of governance, sometimes driven by perception, by reality as well. So, picking on Ajia's statement around good governance, I would like you to look. We are today, I think, the 4th most terrorized country in the world, or 5th, something like that. 8 now, okay, 8, according to exactly the Global Terrorist Index. So we are by the 8th. Of course, we have numerous deaths every day, kidnapping, all kinds of things happen across the country. My question will be this. Good governance, sometimes it looks like it's a portmanteau word. Everything is good governance. But there must be clear, practical things we can do. Relate this to the call for state police, related to the call for much more visible local governance in local communities. And governance in terms of people having control over their resources, control over the environment, and participation in shaping both the deterrence and the dealing with law enforcement efforts. So I would like to speak more. How does this concept of good governance translate today to helping us grapple with basic issues that drive up insecurity?
Thank you very much, Dr. Sam Amadi. And let me stand on the already established protocol and thank Bishop Kukah and the Kukah Centre for organizing this event and for highlighting this very important issue. I'm quite delighted that we have both the Senate and the House of Reps represented here. If you look at the drivers and root causes of insecurity, almost all of them are either directly or indirectly related to good governance. Poverty, unemployment, adaptation with regards to climate change, the existence of either an effective or an ineffective justice system that is failing to identify, arrest, and punish offenders, the porosity of our borders, issues around grievances and addressing those grievances, name them. Almost all of them are one way or the other associated or related with governance or lack of good governance. And so it's quite interesting for me that looking back, and I must say I'm quite delighted that for this Fourth Republic, this is the longest spell that we've had when you relate this Fourth Republic to previous republic. So we do have an opportunity. The mistakes that were done in the First, Second, and Third, and now in the Fourth Republic, this particular set of leadership that we have in this republic have an opportunity to correct those mistakes by addressing those root causes of insecurity. And in simple terms, improve good governance. Number one, as an example, our local government system and administration, at what stage with our leadership stop this call to action and actually go call for action and allow these local governments to function the way we've all advocated for. Number two, if you pick the Renewed Hope agenda, it talks about equity, inclusion, and diversity. How soon are we going to see policies that are reeled out to allow these three principles of equity, diversity, and inclusion, so that the grievances that currently exist are reduced? Because the moment you improve on these three principles, some of those grievances will naturally go away. We have a youth bulge that are essentially unskilled, especially, and I want to emphasize that, in the North. The security challenges that affect Nigeria, and thank God I run a firm that is able to look at all those things. Over 80 to 90% of those security challenges are domiciled in the North. Even though I disagree with some of the statements by the NSA recently, when he tried to relate it to pre-colonial times, I do not think we're doing ourselves justice if after how many years of independence we're still looking back at pre-colonial times to identify the challenges. We need to own up to those challenges and address them in a manner. And then just in conclusion, I think it's also important to mention the role that we still approach things. And please, for those that are uniformed, our military persons there, this is not in any way castigating you. You've done a lot in terms of helping us come to where we are, but we are now in a democratic system. Some of the legacy of the military rule, we need to uncheck them. As an example, at the moment, if I'm right, the Office of the National Security Advisor is about to begin the process of reviewing our national security strategy. The topic of discussion, I believe, should be part of that review. Our national integration, our national unity, national cohesion should be subject of that national security strategy. And the best institution that can integrate that is the National Assembly. And if I'm right, and please I stand to be corrected, is the National Assembly part of that process? This is a legacy of the military rule that we need to change. The leadership of the committees on security in the National Assembly need to change that. They should, in fact, that the process should start from them before it goes to the executive arm of government. So these are some areas that I believe if we correct, it would help improve governance and, of course, by so doing, address those root causes of insecurity.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we switch gear to justice. I mean, if you look at whether it's in terms of many of the states, few states actually, if any, has local government that are constituted according to the Constitution. Interestingly, as a constitutional scholar myself, I can argue that any local government that's not elected is not a local government by virtue of Constitution, and therefore not entitled to receive constitutional allocation. If I was advising the president, I would advise him to withhold those allocations until they are elected, because that's what the Constitution presumes. And if you look at the 1976 Local Government Reform Act that created the local government, the notion was that local government would be the site for drastic economic management. And if you look at the history of industrialization, it starts bottom up. So the failure to have democratic local government is actually also building into the failure of economic development in the country. And so, Gloria, I would like, you are a lawyer who has fought on justice issues in some of the most difficult places. So the question I'll ask is, how is the Nigerian seeming lack of unity and seeming disintegration built around the very pervasive impunity, the fact that there are multiple, at every time, multiple justice failure, whether in terms of persons killed, not reported, no prosecution, communities attacked, raised, no punishment for those who did rapes. Everywhere in this country, we see multiple failure of justice. How can we build an integrated country, peaceful and prosperous, if we don't make the state is not actively addressing redress of violation of justice? And again, put it together with the constitutional limitation in Chapter 2 of the Constitution, where people argue that part of the inequality and poverty crisis in the country is that Nigerian citizens do not have access to economic justice in terms of entitlements. Look at the labor laws, look at minimum wage. So that is really a drastic justice failure across the board. So what can we be doing? How should we address this justice failure?
Well, I think we should begin from the constitutional provision as against the limitation. Let's start with what we have to move to what we don't have. Because many times we always want to think about the downsides without really looking at the possibilities that exist. The issue of national cohesion is actually codified in Section 15 of the 1999 Constitution. And it says that the Nigerian state shall pursue national cohesion and prohibit discrimination. But then prior to that is Section 13 that talks about all levels of government, whether it's the legislature, the executive, or the judiciary, that they have to, and the word used there is shall respect the provisions of that section. And what we see is that there is often a recognition of those provisions in breach rather than in compliance. So if we take the issue of the local governments as an example, the states have time and again used the local governments as though they are appendages of the state government. And so you would find that state governors would put people as either overseers of local government, and there hasn't been effective rejection of that trouncing of the Constitution. And I think that that really needs to stop because development begins more from the local government. It has to be from bottom up if we need development to be organic. But then also there are other areas that I think requires quick intervention. In Section 14, it talks about the people owning sovereignty. And it says that sovereignty belongs to the people from which the government, through the Constitution, derives all its powers. Not some, not many, but all its powers. And again, much of that violation of that provision is during the electioneering period. And I take the Plateau State as an example, how that the courts got to the point where they decided that the 23 members of the House of Assembly did not qualify because there was an internal party issue. But the state governor who was dealing with the same issue and who had one extra dice to play at the Supreme Court was able to jump that. And we saw how the Supreme Court declared that the judgment of the Court of Appeal was perverse. And these are not my words, these were the words of the Supreme Court. So you go back and you say, having made that declaration, what is the import of it? Up to today, those people were not recalled. Why? Because they say that they stop at the Court of Appeal where they can adjudicate on their issues. But you see, there is a prevalent promise by the law that where there is an injury, there must be a remedy. And over and above that is the fact that the sovereignty of the people must be respected, not just by persons, but by all institutions, including the courts. And when the court respects the choice of the people, then they feel included. Right now, you have a people who are sitting, and I use the word SEETHING, in that anger of, we chose our representatives, and the court said we cannot have them. And that is a violation of the tenets of democracy, because democracy means that the rights of the people has to be respected. And at the foundation of national cohesion is that there has to be unity, there has to be democracy, there has to be also social justice, there has to be respect for the rule of law. We have come, or rather evolved to a point in our country where we feel that governance belongs to an exclusive club of persons who, once they get into power, they determine how they run the rules. And when we come down to our religion, when you are a Christian because you believe the Bible, you are a Muslim because you believe the Quran, you have to be a Nigerian because you believe in the Constitution. And that also includes even those who are elected, including those who hide under the cover of immunity. Because you see, the first thing that people take, the oath of office and the oath of allegiance, is that they will respect the constitutional tenets. And once people fail to respect those constitutional tenets, any other provision that comes afterwards should not afford them any form of immunity. So the real issue, I would think, is that there needs to be an elevation of the integrity with which we pursue institutions and the commitment to those values. And you know, when people benefit from the infractions, they don't see how bad it is. They only cry out when they are at the short end of the stick. We have to come to a point where we accept that what is wrong, and what makes for our democracy has to be respected, whether we benefit from it or not.
Thank you very much. And I take the insight that what happened in Plateau, I mean, if people's right to choose their representatives blocked either through very rigid legalism, it could amount to a sense of justice failure and could feed into disunity and violence. So that's why we need to be very careful how we manage systems. And again, that throws us into the arena of elections. And clearly, the big elephant in the room, the theory of electoral democracy is simple. That is two-pronged. One, self-determination, that people elect their leaders, and therefore there's a legitimacy about public governance. The second is because leaders are subject to being removed through elections. They have incentive to work for the people. So if elections are no longer credible as instrument for electing leaders, then you get hit by two trains at the same time. Legitimacy is in question, delivery of good governance is also in question. So my question to you then is this. You are at the heart of campaigning for electoral reform. What's the problem? What's the difficulty of getting back to Uwe's report? Uwe's laid a fundamental recommendation. Bishop Kukah was there. Several people here participated. The best political scientists, economists, lawyers were there. And 3 things stand out. One, how to compose INEC so that it's not based on executive, or seem to be objective. Why can't we get to ways? Second, ways talk about hiving off some of the work that INEC is not doing well. Party regulation, for example. Today, almost all the parties are becoming shambolic because they are not properly regulated, and INEC is overwhelmed. And thirdly is, can't we have independent candidacy? What do you think about it? Because some people argue that if you have an exit that doesn't require parties, that if big people, strong people can win election as independent, it could put incentive on the party leaders to better organize their party. So how do you address these 3 issues? Can we not get back to ways quickly instead of this rigmarole trying to reform the electoral system?
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Sam. And I think we can go back to the Justice Ways Committee's report. But that report, it's over 15 years. It does contain recommendations that will enhance the quality of our electoral process, no doubt. The fact that it still remains a reference point in the discourse on electoral reform simply suggests that there was, comprehensive diagnostics that was performed on our electoral process. So if you talk about institutional independence, yes, there is need to divest that power from the president in appointing commissioners into INEC. And it's very important because when you think about national cohesion, I think at the heart of this is strong institutions and the rule of law. If you have an election management body that is comprised of members of political parties or individuals who have partisan leanings, we not only assault on the independence of the Electoral Commission, but we make it difficult for people, especially voters, to have confidence in the outcome of elections. There's a reason why impartiality and neutrality are cardinal principles of election management. That an election management body is an umpire. And because it's an umpire, it should be insulated from any partisan inclinations. But what we have in the last 10 years is situations where individuals who in public spaces have openly campaigned for political parties have been appointed as either commissioners into the Electoral Commission. And it's been a subject of contestation. In the last process, there was one particular individual who had run for elections in one political party, didn't succeed in securing the candidature of that political party, was deployed to one of the states, and when he got to the states, there was strong opposition that we can't have this individual, superintend over elections in the state. So there's a crisis of confidence. And this is why we continue to appeal, to the appointing authority to take this issue seriously, because it has grave implications for how Nigerians feel they are part of the state to exercise their right to vote at elections. The second point about independent candidates, I totally agree. The 8th, the 9th Assembly passed independent candidacy. But that's one proposal that didn't secure approval from the state. I'm glad the Deputy Speaker is here, who is the chair of the House Committee on Constitution Review, who have been doing great work in the last couple of months trying to get citizens. We hope that this dispensation would also pass independent candidacy, and hoping that the state, can adopt those recommendations. But I'll just make 2 quick points as part of my closing thoughts. The first one is we are a country of assumptions. We assume that because Section 24 or 25 of the Constitution outlines the roles of citizens, that citizens already know and they understand their rights. We make that assumption. Yes, that chapter 4 of the Constitution talks about fundamental human rights. And there is need for us to begin to think about a Citizenship Act or Citizens Act. And it's one that clearly outlines what, not just the roles and the responsibility, but also helps citizens understand what are their commitments and how they can interface with fellow citizens. Because if you look across the world, there are countries that have, either you call it Citizens Act or Citizenship Act. That elevates and also deepens some of the provisions in the Constitution that highlights, the role and the need for citizenship. The second is about the rule of law. In the last couple of days, there's a particular governor in one of the states who has been charged for corruption. The courts issued a warrant of arrest. A government institution went to his house to arrest him, but we know what happened. You cannot have national cohesion if political leaders do not have respect for the Constitution and the legal process. It doesn't make sense. And the fact that another individual who thought that he has the apparatus of state behind him obstructed the exercise, a constitutional power vested on the EFCC, and yet the entire country is quiet, was setting a dangerous precedent. Because the rule of law suggests that every individual, regardless of class, is subject to the law. If you want justice and we want peace, every Nigerian must be subject to the rule of law.
So I will take it as a closing statement, and because we're out of time, I'll just give everybody 1 minute to maybe one recommendation or two, practical. Let's start with you, Kabir. What do you think? If some of them already said, well, just to wrap up, 1 or 2 recommendations that, in your view, would enhance national integration in the area of governance or security.
Thank you. I think we need to have an active policy. If I look back from way back after the Civil War, in our national anthems, we've had several policies that talk about national integration or national cohesion, as it were. But what we haven't done is to actively implement those programs or policies. So I think, and I'm happy that the Senate and the House of Rep are represented here, having an implementation guideline and then following it up with key performance indicators where they are measured using M&E protocols to ensure that the objectives of those programs are being met, perhaps will be the way to go.
Thank you very much. Zainab.
Yes.
Ms. Zainab, come on.
I think our elected officials, especially at the top, need to work harder than they are currently doing. How is it that we are more united under the military than under this democratic dispensation? It says a lot about their policies. It says a lot about the weakening of the institutions of governance that Samson talked about. So why do we indulge people when just because of their political position, just because of the positions they hold, just because they have the means? And the law justice should be across board, and there should be laws that guide. There are laws actually that guide all of us, but in most cases it is observed in the breach. The political class needs to do more because everything rests in their. Everything is almost under them for either to implement or even policy initiatives. So they need to do more, and I'm happy that the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker spoke the minds of most of us here. And if he will follow it, or he and his colleagues will follow it up and ensure that there's implementation of some of the things that he suggested, I think we will go far in terms of cohesion and unity.
Thank you very much.
Well, I would recommend that there's a need for us as a people to not continue with this malaise of selective amnesia. This is a country where when we have issues, we would say, oh, well, we will get it right the next time. Then we repeat the same mistakes again. There is a need for the media to join and be well invested in the accountability question. There's a need for them to keep the mic on the issues until we get to a resolution. And then the issue of buck passing needs to stop. Some of the ironies that we see is, for instance, people in the judicial sector talking about judicial corruption. But the buck is on the table. And that's where it just needs to stop. It's not to say we have problems. You're there to resolve the problems, whether it is in the judiciary or in the legislature or in the executive. And with the legislature, it's disturbing that we have a legacy issue that is not going to go away soon, except we are willing to, upgrade the integrity test. And that is having back-to-back leaders of the Senate who did not pass the electoral test, the electoral law test. You see, when you keep quiet because you benefit from it, what you're doing is that you're crystallizing the process and you're saying that doing it wrong is how we should do it. And as a country, we have to have that sense of integrity and commitment to values to be willing to fall on our swords when something goes wrong and say, no, I will not be a part of this, even though if I am, it's going to benefit me. Finally, there used to be the National Orientation Agency that was up in arms when it came to setting the agenda for the kind of country that we would have. We don't really hear so much from them anymore. And there's a need for that agenda setting, constantly putting the issues on the table, reminding us of where we need to go, and also reminding us of people who are in danger. For instance, the thousands of Nigerians who have been kidnapped, who we seem to just move away as though their lives do not matter. So whether it is in the northeast, whether it is in the south, whether it is in the west, wherever it is in Nigeria, when there is a problem, we have to have that sense of communal concern to the issues that affect us so that we can be just as collectively invested in finding solutions.
So, excuse me, 3 quick points. Since my Lord Bishop is known for uncomfortable truths, let me just share 3 uncomfortable truths. The first one is that when discussions around national integration and cohesion, is held, some people think is a southeast discussion. Some people think it's an agitation from those in the southeast part of the country. But I dare say that is not the case, that it is a national conversation. And for those out there who think that the discussions and the push for national integration and social cohesion is an advocacy pushed by those from the southern part of the country, I don't think that is true. The second is there are structural inequities that need to be addressed. If you look at the structure of the National Assembly, whilst the Senate is based on equality, 109 senators, each state has 3, there are certain proposals that cannot pass in the House of Reps without building some amount of consensus, because structurally, there are states that have more legislators than some states. And so how you frame the agenda and build the consensus around it determines whether you're going to make any headway or succeed in any constitutional amendment. Because the representation in the National Assembly is by what is by population. So there are structural inequities that need to be addressed. And when people are clamoring, for more states or more representation, I'm not saying we should create more states, but there's actually reason in that demand for equity, even though that shouldn't be the driving philosophy. for creating more states. And the third and last point was about the ongoing constitution review process. At least, and with due respect to the Senate, and this is not in any way directed at the Senate, but I think the House of Reps have demonstrated in the last couple of weeks, how it wants to engage the constitution review process. And I really want to encourage Nigerians to engage this process because there are several issues in the Constitution, that can be reformed in this process. And good a thing that the agenda and the issues have been highlighted, issues around local government autonomy, decentralization. And so let's support this committee. But I wish you, Deputy Speaker, well, especially when it comes to voting on issues around constitution review.
Thank you very much. Just some quick summing up. I think also the last 2 points he made needs to put in historical perspective. From 1958 Willis Commission report, and I urge Nigerians to go and read it, we seem to operate in a historical hollow. The issues around how do we manage the ratio between the majority and the minority was a key point of that commission. And Willis came out with 3 recommendations. The reason why we were the first Commonwealth African country to adopt the Bill of Rights, where Nigeria was the first in the world, about a few years after the European Convention on Human Rights, we adopted our fundamental human right, was because 2 options. Either we have loose federation, confederacy, so the minorities were afraid of the majority, or construct a fundamental human right, so that everybody, in spite of their relative political power, will feel oneness. All over the world, there are always unequal distribution of constituencies based on, look at the US everywhere. But what is different is that there is inbuilt mechanism for check and balance in the institution of governance and lawmaking. So whereas I share that value that we need to look at the solution around creating a conscious human rights administrative processes so that nobody, for example, you can't just cite industries anywhere you like. Look at the power sector. You leave Niger Delta where there's gas and go to where there's no gas. And you're struggling to build a gas infrastructure, which is more expensive than putting all the power plants in Niger Delta and just doing evacuation. So these are not just theory. They are real because we have failed to build that commonality and institutions. Again, everybody on this panel agrees that we need to move from rhetoric to structure and then to policy and to implementation. I think it's really, Nigerians are very good at sermonizing. We invoke goodness. May God help us. Let leaders be wise. There's no way politicians will not see opportunity to make profit politically and they will not take it. The job is to create institutions that can restrain them. Look at the big drama shaping up in the US. The Supreme Court yesterday struggled to construct a sensible response to a complex problem. And that's what we need in this country. We need to create the capacity to create sensible responses in terms of policy, in terms of structure, in terms of even law processes that respond to this complexity. They will not change because suddenly Nigerians are good people, they love themselves. If you look at any genocidal context, good people actually destroy themselves. And the final point, which is very important before we throw it to anyone, Honorable Deputy Speaker, it's good that people are doing this thing, but let's try and end this ritual of constitutional amendment. The theory of democracy is that the constitutions that are amended often are all those that have instability. Look at the most stable countries in the world. They rarely amend their constitution. Do you know why? Every moment of constitutional amendment is a moment of political rebargaining that creates instability. Let's do once and for all and get a workable constitution. Thank you very much. So, moderator,
please, another round of applause for the moderator and the panelists. We had bargained that we'll be out of here in 2 hours, but now we're getting close to 3 hours. And it's time for service for our Muslim brothers and sisters. So the organizers have directed, while the panelists are still on the podium, that we'll take a few comments and questions so that they can respond to the questions. But let me identify at least 3 persons who will be invited to make their comments, and thereafter we will get back to the audience. You can just signify by raising your hands after I've mentioned these persons. But before then, permit me, this was an oversight, to recognize the presence in our midst. He's been around. His engineer, Comrade Samuel Kato Tabara. Engineer Tabara is the national president of the Southern Kaduna People's Union. Comrade Tabara, you're still with us? All right, thank you for being here. So the 3 persons who will make their comments first will be distinguished Senator Adams Oshomole. We will also take a comment from Chief Dr. Engineer Emmanuel Iwayaun, President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo. We'll also take a comment from Professor Danfulani Ahmed, former DG of NIPS, who is the Vice Chairman of Arewa New Agenda. So those are 3 persons, short and sharp. We've had a keynote address earlier, we've had a panel conversation. If you'd like to make a comment, kindly signify by raising your hand. Many hands. Jacob Pele, you earlier spoke during the goodwill, so we will deny you the opportunity. We'll deny you the opportunity. So, okay, all right, no, it's not discrimination. You already made your points. All right, the gentleman in, sorry, I don't have no way of describing you, in turban. So that's 1. All right, there's a gentleman right there at the back. It's wearing a black, yeah, that's right, that would be 2. And then the gentleman in white jacket, sorry, we'll take a lady. There's a lady behind you in red, that would be 3. So can we have the microphone, unless the distinguished senator likes to come to the podium. In that case, he will spend more time.
You have to appreciate that I'm a short man. If I don't come here, they will see me. But let me thank you, sir, Bishop Kukah, otherwise popularly known as Father Kukah, and distinguished speakers and Honorable Speaker of the House of Reps. My comments are not going to fall into any particular thing. I wanted to listen, I like to learn, and I like learning every day. I wasn't invited, Kukah didn't invite me, because I didn't call myself Eric. But I saw an advert yesterday, that was why I came. Nothing to do with politics. I just thought I should come and learn, because I'm in the Senate, I like to listen and hear what people say. On the floor of the Senate, when people were talking of Northern senators, Southern senators, Eastern senators, and Western senators, I am on record, I say that I am just a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I am not saying it here, I said it when it matters, on the floor of the Nigeria Senate. Number 2, I did have cause to speak about a month ago, that he tried to understand our security challenges that we face. We must locate the details of the failure of political leadership, and I mean political leadership, including potential politicians here, who have resources to do all of those things that are convenient for them so to do, but refuse, they lack the will to make what I consider to be the most important investment, namely to resolve that never should a child be born in this country and denied the access to go to school. And we must not make laws that we don't have the political will to enforce, and identify the universal basic education law, under which every child ought to go to school, and if a family or a parent deny the child the right to go to school, there are penalties. How come no parents have been brought to before any magistrate court or alkali court or customary court and is charged for that offense? And I said, as a former governor, I was a member of the National Economic Council, where state governors, some state governors, I must emphasize some, argue that they do not have the resources to pay 50% subsidy in order to ensure that the children of the poor go to school, even where those governors are sending their own children abroad. And one thing we shouldn't do, sir, is that when we talk and you don't mention name, everybody becomes a suspect. If you are afraid, given the fact that you are very vocal, you are independent, you cannot be dismissed, you cannot be promoted or demoted. If you are afraid to mention the name of a governor, a former governor, who breached the law, and a city governor who used immunity to cover a governor that lost immunity, where will the courage come from? This sophistry of saying we can name the child of a poor man who's still a goat, but we are afraid to mention the name of a big man who breached the law. That, for me, is at the root of our problem. Number two, Bishop Kukah, I also think that religion has been added to our burden of problems. When people preach that if you believe in our Lord Jesus Christ, he will deliver you from poverty, that's a lie. We know it. And I see them every day. And I think Falana made the point that people are setting up business centers. And they cover themselves by saying they are pastors. And in every donation that is being made in church, when the big man dies, that is where Reverend Fathers and pastors, we identify these people to remind us that the church has not been completed. And all those who are to donate are invariably public officers. From their salaries, everybody is contributing to the confusion that we find ourselves in. And I was worried by what word you used at the beginning. Nobody spoke on it. And I think you were trying to be internationally correct. You mostly try to be. You should be correct within the context of Nigeria value system. Where you spoke to regardless of sexual orientation. No. That is fashionable in the West. In Nigeria, sexual orientation matters. A man should not sleep with a man. And a woman should not sleep with a woman. If they do, it must not be acknowledged by the Nigeria state. We must discourage the young wife, because if you begin to use that regardless, it matters. I will not. I'm sorry for any people, those who have subscribed to Western values. I would employ any man or a woman, or support, or vote for, or vote because of his sexual orientation. I need to know it. So that there are core values to Nigeria that we must defend. Number two, when people talk about this restructuring, local government elections, and so on. Unfortunately, truth be told, there is no local government election. There is no local government that is elected. You can speak to the formality where results are written, or where blatantly no protest was made, and therefore people are just put into office. You don't need law to enforce this. When I was chairman of APC, I told President Buhari, invite all the governors and invite the National Association of local government, and ask the governors what are they doing with the allocation that is given to them. Gentlemen, the law can never capture everything. What we need to reform is not the Constitution. What we need to reform is our value system, our commitment to strong ethics, that this is not fair. If you ask me, my background is to be suspicious about laws because they represent the thinking of the aggregate views of the ruling elite. They do not necessarily translate to fairness and justice. And I see contradiction from your explanations. You refer to a Supreme Court or judicial system that declares somebody officially elected because of internal charges of the party, and some other people who also went through the same system and they were free. If courts are to operate like that, I also give it the responsibility to appoint INEC. Will the bias that we see in their pronouncement, will they be free from not negotiating at night before they break, and then they appoint somebody? At the heart of our problem, if you ask me, sir, I have been an observer, I've been a player, and I'm seeing the system, is the issue of corruption. Whether whoever appoints, I never knew until Mr. Trump became president of the US. I didn't know that a U.S. president can hire and fire the chief of CIA or the FBI because of the way in which a CIA man was reported to have tapped and listened to conversation of U.S. president. And he knows that he can be fired. So it is not about the law. It's about a society where people seek to defend privileges, defend their jobs, even without knowing the purpose. If you are not ready to die for something, you will die for nothing. That for me is at the heart of it, the courage. And lastly, sir, this thing you call inclusion, if we reduce it to basic ABC, you will find that people are looking at Federal Canada Commission, how many Igbos are in employment, how many Yorubas, how many Hausas, even with the forgotten majority. Because the forgotten majority is the subtotal of all the minorities, and I'm one of them. Truth is, sir, when I came to Kaduna, and I'm very proud of this, and it should tell the whole story, I didn't know anybody in Kaduna, and I slept in a police station for 3 consecutive nights before I found accommodation with some Gwari people inside the bush. They didn't care where I come from. But the point is, as we pursue liberal economy policies, because we need to have a holistic view as to how we got here. Like a German chancellor once told me, a German consul general, when you underdevelop a nation, all the industries are closed, warehouses have become churches. All those workers who were working in Kaduna, their jobs, factories closed, over 30,000 workers lost their job, which means times 2, 60,000. An average of 4 families over 170,000. The same thing in Kano, the same thing in Lagos, the same thing in Aba, the same thing in Port Harcourt. These are victims of wrong industrial and trade policies. We must revise these things. When I got a job in Kaduna, nobody cares whether I was from Edo, whether I was from Lagos, and I found everybody working everywhere. For as long as 10 people are chasing 1,000 jobs, when all the objective criteria has been used to identify the 10 and you can't find it, where you come from, naturally become an answer. If you ask the speaker as represented here, even the personal appointment we have in our offices, do they reflect federal character? They don't. Everybody be from his own place. That is the truth. But I do pray that we get the right policies in place. Go and ask Dangote. Don't ask him. Go to the refinery and do federal character, because you will find that more non-northern people are working for Dangote refinery because he needs the skills. But because the private sector is not working, it's completely destroyed based on our liberal economic policies. The only business is that is politics, and we want to try and manage poverty. We can never have equity in poverty. May we have equity in prosperity.
All right, thank you very much, Senator Adams Shomole. The next comment will be from Chief Dr. Emmanuel Iwayaun. Chief Dr. Emmanuel Iwayaun will take the microphone from his position. Can you activate his microphone, please?
Bishop Kukah, and then my son, my beloved son, the Deputy Speaker, please, all other protocols duly observed. Frankly speaking, I want to congratulate Bishop Kukah. He has done marvelous work towards bringing peace to this country. I want to congratulate you and say that we are grateful to you. Like the Deputy Speaker, I had so many engagements. You know, I'm no more young. I'm 80-something years, and I don't live. I'm retired. I'm in a worry. But this conference is very important for the future of this country, and that is why I'm here. And I'm very impressed the way it has gone so far. I'm very pleased. I don't regret coming here. I'm so pleased I'm here. Now, let me make it clear. You see, in the life of, you said it, Mr. Kukah said, Bishop Kukah said it, in the life of an individual and that of a nation, there comes a point when the individual must pause for a while, reflect into the past, examine the present, peep into the future, to know what is wrong, to know what is right to do. To Nigeria, it is now. Many things have gone wrong. Things have gone wrong. Those of us who are old, who saw this country before independence and through independence, and in fact, who unfortunately after independence took part in the war. Many those from Southeast know fully well that I have a problem even with my leg. In my early 20s, I had the sad duty of taking part in a battle I was fighting for 3 years. In fact, I was, if people would tell the story, I commanded the last battle for defense of Uli Airport. So I fought the battle. And these are all part of the problems of this country. Now, so frankly speaking, I think really that this is the time we have to look at the country to find out what is wrong. Not just conference or summit, and take positive action to solve it. I want to join in congratulating the House of Rep for their leadership and for their initiative, because they have started off the discussions on the future of us. You see, without a proper constitution, we have problem. Now, in 1885, some European powers met in Berlin. They shared Africa. They has protected of southern Nigeria, northern Nigeria. In 1914, Lugard then, who was the head, amalgamated North and South. It is clear to know that in Berlin, they didn't invite anybody from Africa. So none of us was consulted in Africa. They shared it. In 1914, Lugard didn't consult anybody. So obviously, the Nigerians were not involved. Nigeria definitely involves so many ethnic nationalities. And this came into the forefront when our people were looking for the independent constitution. If you remember, even after Lugard, Clifford came, there was not much. He had a constitution, the first constitution in Nigeria in 1923. That constitution was actually a British constitution. Nigerians didn't make an input in it. The first time we had a constitution that was clearly, was very close to affecting us was under Arthur Richard in 1946, when we had the Northern region, Western region, and Eastern region. But the time we wanted to have independence from 1953, the first time Nigerians insisted that they cannot be ruled by a constitution drawn by foreign powers. They must participate. It was recognized that Nigeria comprised ethnic nationalities. And that constitution, many people who are students of history of Nigeria or politics know that that constitution is still the best. That constitution, all the various ethnic nationalities took part in it. There was the London Conference at Lancaster House, and then they got the constitution we used in 1960. It was reversed in 1963, and this was a constitution that gave the three regions level of autonomy, brought healthy rivalry, that made them to develop at their rate and without coming to look for revenue every month from Lagos. They were independent. They developed like a true federation. Of course, unfortunately, the military struck in 1966 and destroyed everything. It's very painful to us. I feel sad because as a young man in my 20s, I had to fight a battle. But it was the biggest calamity to Nigeria was that military takeover, because that was very unfair to Nigeria. However, having gone through it, we have now come to a point when we must take a decision on what we want. For example, there was always this question of ethnicity. Before 1999, most parts of Nigeria, there was that question of saying Igbo domination, Igbo domination, Igbo domination. People said IBO, that is I before others, Igbo. Well, yes, it is true that in many areas there were many Igbos. In most cases, when there was a competition, so they worked very hard. In 1999, we had the Constitution, which in fact brought the federal character. We Igbos know it was not in our favor, but we said to manage our diversity, everybody must make sacrifice. We accepted it. But this is not being practiced. For example, it is painful to us today that we have 6 geopolitical zones. We have only 5 states. People talk about size, landmarks, and all sorts of things. States are not created based on landmarks. They are criteria. What are the criteria? These ones were done by the military. This is a major problem. Now, Southeast is completely marginalized. So we are having this problem, and we are appealing to our brothers. I want to let you know that in spite of the fact we were not in Berlin, we didn't consult with Lugard. This country, Nigeria, is the best country, one of the best countries in the world, because we are gifted. If we come together, if we love one another, if our show leadership, this country will become a leader in the world. There is no gift we don't have. We have wonderful resources. There is hardly any mineral resource we don't have. We have the best human resources. So I think God has given Nigeria everything. And we are praying that leadership should restructure this country, because it's going to be the best. And I want to let you know.
On which note, my dear Chief, may I respectfully request the audience to appreciate the very wonderful comments that you have made, so that other persons who have been nominated to speak can speak, and they will still have persons in the audience who listen to them.
Okay. I will summarize.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry that I've taken up your time, but the most important thing I want us to do, we need to restructure. We talk about local government. Well, local government was haphazardly created. So if we have to define the confederating unit, federating unit, we have to define. Local government cannot be federating unit. I think, in our own opinion, federating unit should be either the state or the geopolitical zone. I think the state. Then every state will create its local government. Revenue will not be shared according to state. I think I better rest my point there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chief Dr. Engineer Emmanuel Iwanyao, President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo. The next comment will come from the former Director General of the Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, Professor Dan Fulani Ahmed.
Thank you, sir.
I just implore you to
Just a sentence, actually. With respect to virtually all of you, we are just not being honest with ourselves in this nation. When you go to the market, there's no Igbo, no Fulani, no Hausa. You come to buy, you go. Go to where they are eating, Mama put, no Hausa, no Fulani, no. People are not being honest with themselves. But where's Kukah? We happen to be personal friends for over 40 years. A sentence for the organizers. And I'm requesting the Deputy Speaker, but maybe will support me later. Kukah Annual National Integration Conference. We can do this yearly, we're okay. Kukah Annual National Integration Conference. Then we're able to vent our minds. Some of us, if we start talking about Nigeria, we will not keep quiet. Virtually, I've been to all the states, and our brothers marry from virtually everywhere. As a native Fulani, there's no people I don't deal with. The problem, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the political leadership. Our political leadership. We need to look at it. Go to Kawangari market, go to Enugu market. Nobody's interested in who you are. With the ego, do you have money? With the ego, come and buy and go. We need to work harder, sir. Thank you so much.
Short and sharp. Thank you very much, Professor Ahmed. Let me also invite Senator Emmanuel Essien, Ibok Essien, who is speaking on behalf of the PANDEF, that's Pan Niger Delta Forum.
Thank you so very much. I wish Kukah was here.
He's still around. He just,
okay.
I think he went to the washroom.
Okay. I want to congratulate him for this initiative. We really appreciate it. National integration is very important for the Niger Delta region. We produce more than 80% of the resources of this country. And we have been agitating for true federation, restructuring of this country, so that each region will redevelop at its own pace, just like the 1963 Constitution. And we all make contributions to the federal government to ensure that other regions also develop properly. This will bring proper national integration. You find that some regions also have resources, like Zamfara State. You find that individuals become trillionaires in harvesting their natural resources without putting it to the national revenue. So we will, for proper integration, national integration, we are calling for true federalism to make sure that each region sustains its resources, like in the 1963 Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Ibok Essien of PANDEF. We earlier identified 2, 3, yeah, there are 3, but I don't know. It's a matter of trying to be as brief as you can. There's a lady in red. there is a song to that effect, a lady in red, just behind the gentleman in a white jacket. No, please, let's take the lady and then we'll come back to the gentleman. Please, just a minute. Yes. We've had, it's been a bit too masculine. So let's...
Good afternoon once again. I stand on the existing protocol. I really appreciate our able bishop for establishing the foundation of peace, the Kukah peace. Actually, he have tried enough. What is left there is, my son there have said something which I like, and the barrister, my daughter there. There cannot be peace or national integration without justice, fairness, and equity. Actually, people have been marginalized. There are other people in the state or other local governments too. Survival of the fittest. Nigeria is supposed not to be like that. If you are not, you don't have any senator somewhere, a politician who is there for you, whether you are qualified to be somewhere, nobody will take you there. And with that, the politicians have brought in something that is fooling the whole world. My boy. I remember when we were in the CWO meeting at Uba. I'm from Benue State, really. Let me identify myself. So they get hold of people that were kidnapping people. At the end of it, before the GPO would deal with them and conclude what they did that was not right, he had a phone call that leave him is my boy. Nobody is above the law. Please, if Nigeria wants to be what we're going and we're going a giant of Africa, let us come back to the drawing board. Revisit where we were, where we are going, and where we land, so as to know where we'll come back and sit.
Thank you very much.
If you are going to a journey and you don't know where you are going and what you are going to do, and when you come back and sit down, where will you go? At the end of it, we are just running around. Please, the bishop have tried his best, and let the government, the federal government, the state, and the local government should cooperate with us so as to move forward and not to be talking and talking. Not the theories that we work, but the practical will do more work than the theories. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's appreciate her for her comments. The gentleman just behind you, please.
Okay. Sorry.
Thank you very much, my twin brother standing by my side. For us, I think the major important thing is just to say religion. Religion is not the problem. It has never been the problem. But the problem is adherent of religious followers. These are the problems. And if it is, today we can see United Arab Emirates, what it's gone in, the input and the safe space it has created for others. The same thing we can talk of United Kingdom, what has gone in and how safe space it has created for others. So therefore, it's not religion as the problem. If it is the problem, it wouldn't have been what it is today. Secondly, the nation is going through a very serious traumatic situation, and it needs healing. Unhealed memory, our father, our elder statesman, and have made it clear. This unhealed memory of historical, perceived wrong and injustices, the only way forward is to bring our faith leaders together to look at the power of forgiveness. It has worked in Australia, the power of forgiveness. It has worked in Kenya, the power of forgiveness. Nigerian, we need to forgive. By court of law, we can't get there. And to do that effectively, to declare a day of forgiveness, we need to work towards that direction. Secondly, the issue of politicization of religion and religionization of our political process is the key issues that our politicians need to be warned to please stay off clear from this aspect of politicization of our what? Of our religion and national identity. And in doing that, finally, I say for faith leaders, they have a space. You don't need to pay them to hire them to get them. Every weekend, they have a state assembly or national assembly and local government assembly where they address hundreds of thousands of fellow Nigerians. The issue of national rebirth, national changing of perception of our country need to be done. And religious leaders, you can't succeed without faith leaders. And that's why our political actors and others need to do that. And to see that, one of our own, our religious icon, living religious icon, my own bishop, the bishop of the Sultan, has set a pace. If the bishop of the Sultan could do it, then it means faith leaders will have a role to play. Today we are here by the impetus of role of what? Bishop Matthew Hassan Kukah. So therefore, as faith leaders, we have a role to play. We need to identify the good one. In every tradition, there's the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good, the bad, and the ugly. So we must do the good and the good ones to move the process forward. And by doing that, we have a future, rest assured. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. We are pressed for time. May I suggest that if you have a comment, kindly scribble it and pass it to the Secretariat by way of suggestion. That would help, because we are unlikely to leave here in the next hour or more. Our target was to be done in 2 hours, but we've done well over 3 hours now. In other jurisdictions where you hire halls for stipulated number of hours, once that time is up, you have to leave. Otherwise, to amount to a breach of contract, or you pay extra. Or if you're on air in broadcasting and they say a program ends by 2 o'clock, 2 p.m., if you continue to speak, you will not be heard. You will just be speaking in the studio. So I'd like to thank everyone for the comments and to appreciate the fact that you understand that we are pressed for time. The Deputy Speaker, who is standing in for the Speaker, has made a lot of sacrifice to be here. He has other engagements along, of course, with other dignitaries. I just want to revert to the moderator of the session. I don't think there were direct questions that were posed, but moderator Dr. Sam Amadi, just to close so that we can have the vote of thanks.
Comments, particularly also Comrade Adam Shawala, the Senator and Governor. Just quick 2 responses, sir. I think when I raised the issue around identities I mentioned, it's not to recommend, but essentially, local leaders or national leaders should keep an eye on the global discourse. Because, like I think it was the economist who says, men of practical wisdom forget that they are practicing the ideas of madmen who are already dead. These ideas swamp us. So we should prepare ourselves, understand them. So I agree with your idea that we Africans are X or Y. But I brought it up so that we begin to think around what is surging. The global world is what it is. Discourses fomented elsewhere become narrative and could drive us. So I take your view, sir, but just understand that we need to think around it. The second issue, and I agree with you again, they what you call legal fetishism. The idea that law, and you brought that very well. The law is important, but beyond that, you talk about political will. And if you look at what has happened elsewhere, sir, political will is also a function of institutions that provide security. I'll give you one example, sir. Whistleblowers, there are many whistleblowers in this country who have gone to prison, who have been sacked, because the structures, whether in terms of tribunals, whether in terms of parliamentary hearing, whether in terms of judicial hearing, rules and processes, are not protective enough. So Nigerians are not special in being dumb or inactive. It's that the institutions will strengthen that morality. Morality is often the creation of institutions. If you look at the institution of corruption, itself is a response to the incentive structure of our system. And the fact that people today, when somebody commits a crime, obvious or even convicted, they can be recycled back into politics because the people themselves say, well, it doesn't matter. So Chief Ojo Madeko used to tell me, say, Sam, is there an Igbo word for corruption in Igbo? Just one word for corruption. I couldn't get it. He said in those days they would say, Oshibeke, when you go to government to work, it's government to work. You can steal government money, but you don't steal community money. Piteke, the sociologist, says two publics. Why is the former public incapable of deterring corruption? Because the institutional structure does not impose cost. But the village one impose cost. So I agree with you, sir. We need to be less focused on law, but we have to be careful to create enough incentives that will help people to be moral. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sam Amadi, moderator of the panel discussion on revisiting the national question. The panelists were Dr. Kabir Adamu, Zainab Okino, Samson Itodo, and Barrister Gloria Balasin. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Let's give them a round of applause. You will permit me, before I invite the vote of thanks, to just make this comment. Dr. Sama, I'm not reopening the conversation. Dr. Sama Amadi says we should be sensitive to international developments, apparently in response to what Comrade Adams Oshomole said. Part of what I have read lately is the emergence of the MAP idea. MAP, M-A-P, Minority Attracted Personality, as a justification for pedophilia. On that note, Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me respectfully invite Her Excellency, the former Deputy Governor of Benue State and a member of the board of the Kukah Centre, Dr. Enyantu Ana Ifene, to give the vote of thanks on behalf of the Centre.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a point of correction here. I was never the Deputy Governor of Benue State. I contested in 1991 to be Governor of the Benue State. So, never been. I want to thank all protocols. I stand on all existing protocols. On behalf of the Board of Trustees of the Kukah Centre, thank you. I want to thank you all for being present at this important meeting. We all have agreed that our conversation on national integration is necessary and timely. Without a doubt, there's a consensus that there's widespread and multidimensional distrust among the citizenry and among our political leadership. So this conversation is starting here. We hope it will go down to the sub-national level so that we can find the right answers. I want to thank the Speaker of the House of Representatives, ably represented by the Deputy Honorable Benjamin Kalu, for your presence. We think this signifies the importance and your commitment to the issue we are discussing, not just you personally, but also for the institution you represent. Thank you, sir. I want to thank our moderator and the panelists for their incisive contributions and the clarity they've brought to some of the issues that we are discussing. I'm particularly impressed by the youth in that group, their passion for the country. For somebody my generation, they represent the hope that this country needs. Thank you very much. I want to thank Bishop Matthew Hassan Kukah, the founder of this center, for his inspirational leadership, and in particular for his patriotic, erudite, and passionate contributions to the national dialogue. And sometimes when I read a piece or watch him, I call him up and say, sometimes you're too good. He sounds like the lone voice in the wilderness of pain, which our country has become. We thank you very much for hanging in there as a patriot for all of us. We, the Kukah Centre, want to thank the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office for their consistent and substantive contribution to the unity, stability, and development of Nigeria, and in particular for your support for the ideals for which the Kukah Centre was established. Now, the question is, after this, for the Kukah Centre, what next? We've had this dialogue. What next? We have listened carefully, and we know that the national question is tied to national integration. We see two schools of thought here. Group A are those who propose a continuous, incremental, corrective, palliative, reactionary measures to get the country integrated. And the Group B are the zero-sum group who are saying, let's restructure or disintegrate. We at the Kukah Centre, because we see the convergence of issues in the economy, of stability and security, we take a middle ground position, which we believe is necessary so that our country can remain as one. But also, we think the incremental, slow process is too slow. We want to see an action-driven, constructive dialogue that impacts on the quality of life of Nigerians as soon as possible. If we wait forever, several generations may never get a chance to fulfill the ideals of this country. We hope that with the inputs from all of you and the panel, that we will construct a strategic plan, which we hope to implement with our partners across the country as models, which we hope will be replicated at several levels across the country. We want action-driven dialogue with solutions and measurable impacts on quality of life conversion of our talk. We don't want it to be Dogon Turenchi, or Imbo Rekpete, or Akukwo. We want to link it with the bread and butter issues which the vast majority of Nigerians are facing. We thank you for your time and your inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's thank and appreciate Dr. Enyantu Ifene for the vote of thanks. And I also especially appreciate the correction. Now, if you were around during the Third Republic was aborted, of course, following the June 12 crisis and the elections that brought in the state governors in January 1992 took place in 1991. So it seemed unusual at the time. I think she probably was one of just a few female deputy governor candidates in 1991, if I recall. And it tended to have stuck in one's head that she probably made it, but thanks for the correction. Today, you have many females who have become deputy governors, and the next quest, of course, you have also seen, shall we say by default, the first female governor of Anambra, Peter Obi, and all the impeachment and all that. And then the next campaign is to get a president. So, Right Honorable Speaker, represented by the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for the last activity, just before we take the national anthem, there will be a number of group photographs. Let me invite the founder of the Kukah Centre, His Lordship Bishop Matthew Hassan Kukah. He will take a photograph first with the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office. We'll take a photograph, Bishop Kukah will take a photograph with the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office. Thereafter, the panelists are still around, but I think Dr. Kabir Adamu has left. After that, we'll get the independent state-based peace architectures, ISPAs, and the project team. We'll also have the dignitaries, of course, join in the photograph, particularly with the Commonwealth Development Office. Ladies and gentlemen, Bishop Kukah, please, unless you want me to refer to you as Father Kukah, I'm not the only one who continues to harbor that earlier appellation. So, Bishop Kukah and the other dignitaries, the Right Honorable Speaker, of course, will be part of this photograph, and Distinguished Senator Adams Shomole and Chief Emmanuel Iwanyanwu, and PANDEF, Senator Ibok, the representative of the INEC chairman, Professor Ajayi, Bishop Kukah, with your kind leave, so that the speaker and others can, yes. All right, let's take our shots. Let's take our shots so that the next set can come in. All right, the panelists who took part in the conversation, Dr. Sam Amadi is already here, Kabir Adamu, Zainab Okino, Sam Itodo, and Gloria Balasin. Very quickly, please. Panelists. No, you can. Distinguished Senator Adams Oshomole, please look at the camera. All right, so we have enough shots there, I imagine. Now, the next set will be the independent state-based peace architectures. ISPAs, very quickly. ISPAs, very quickly, please. You can join at this time, yes. Yes, thank you. ISPAs, quickly, let's see the flashes so that we know that, or are they still assembling? Well, some can come up, I imagine, yes. Very quickly, please, let some come up so that... No, you can find, go to that side. No, and go to that way, yes. ISPAs. All right, thank you very much. Project team with the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, Bishop Kukah, and others. So those who have taken their shots, let the project team also be. Project team, very quickly. All right, project team, can we make way for the project team so that they can take their shots? Officer. Bishop Kukah, please, with the project team. Bishop Kukah, please, your attention is needed in the photo op. All right. On that note, the Right Honorable Speaker, represented by the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, just before we disperse, we take the national anthem. The national anthem, please. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.